In a world full of awakened superhumans, our main boy pops his own special candy every single day, because that exact candy is actually his superpower. As long as he feeds this candy to other creatures, he can form a contract with them. He thought he'd rule a mighty army, but instead everyone rates his skill as totally useless. Why? Because who on earth would willingly sign a contract with him? He originally planned to play the bad boy, to seduce some cute girls into a contract, or maybe just go after animals to make it easy. Heck, he even thought about contracting with a demon. But then a crazy idea hit him. He decided to contract with himself just to be hardcore. Well, they say successful people always walk their own path, and the moment the contract was sealed, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. The classic system screen for transmigrators suddenly popped up. Damn, that's actually wild. The system can help him appraise everything and even allows him to possess multiple different abilities at the same time. And all right, no more beating around the bush, let's get right into it. A bloody hand amidst the ruins. In my past life, I was a member of a rescue team who died in an accident. After that, I transmigrated to a fantasy world filled with mutated beasts and awakened people. There goes a strong, fit guy fighting off monsters. But as for the me of this world, my ability has also awakened. The system notification reads, Contract Gem. Consuming physical and mental strength can condense a contract gem. Once the target willingly accepts the gem, their life, soul, and consciousness will be completely dominated by the summoner. In his hand is a glowing, powerful crystal. This should have been an incredibly powerful ability, but it has one glaring flaw. Just as his eyes are focused on his contract gem, a girl's voice suddenly rings out. Zhang Ping, what are you doing? Ping immediately holds up the gem, turns around, and smiles. Nothing. Su Jingyao, do you want some candy? She glares at Zhang Ping with a look of playful disgust. Get lost! Who'd want to be controlled by you? She sits down right next to him, watching him lay stretched out on the stairs. I'm just kidding. And that's the catch: the creature must willingly and completely agree to it for the contract to be signed. Otherwise, even if they swallow the gem, absolutely nothing will happen. He felt incredibly dejected, thinking to himself, it's mostly because this ability is so trash. I almost died of frustration. Thank goodness I transmigrated here, relying on my past life's mental fortitude to keep this body going. Seeing Zhang Ping's gloomy expression, Jingyao grabs his head and yells, Don't give up so easily. In this vast world, there's bound to be some creature willing to let you control it. Easy for you to say. Besides me, who else would ever agree? Suddenly, a wild idea pops into his head. Wait, myself. That's right. Why didn't I think of this before? Without hesitation, Zhang Ping pops the gem into his mouth, shocking Jingyao. What are you doing? Ping's body instantly starts to react. From deep within, a highly unusual, mysterious blue energy begins to radiate outwards, but only for a moment, and then it completely fades away. Frantic with worry, Jingyao pulls him close and gasps, Are you okay? Blushing, Ping replies, No, I'm fine. She sighs with relief. Don't ever do that again. You scared me to death. A few hours later, Jingyao stands up and says to Ping, It's getting late. Let's head back to the dorms. She turns back to look at him and continues, Tomorrow morning I have to report to the patrol squad. You don't need to wait for me. Hearing this, Ping asks, Are you really planning on graduating then? She turns away. I've already mastered all the textbook knowledge. From here on out, I just need to rely on real combat to slowly improve myself. He then thought to himself, well, that's true. Joining the patrol squad to protect our hometown has always been her dream. Now she finally has the chance to make it happen. Jingyao turns back with a smile. Don't get discouraged, okay? Who knows, maybe one day when you get stronger, we can even become partners. Zhang Ping scratches his head embarrassedly. No thanks. I should probably just head back to my hometown and do some farming. Because of his useless ability, the school classified his profession as a farmer. He forced a smile. No matter what, it'll probably be hard to see each other again. Even though she was childhood friends with the original owner of this body, saying goodbye like this still feels a bit bittersweet. Suddenly his body moved forward on its own, completely bypassing his conscious mind. I really want to give her a hug. In a daze, he hugged her tightly, his mind panicking, completely clueless as to what was happening. Why did my body suddenly move on its own? Flustered, Jingyao quickly pushed him away, stammering, I should go first. Startled, he stepped aside, his eyes following her as he called out, Take care! Hearing that, Jingyao's heart fluttered. She turned around, gave a bright smile, and called back, "You too." Ping smiled and waved goodbye, realizing something about his ability. Come to think of it, just now, my body hugged her without me even realizing it. Was my subconscious mind giving orders to my own body? He thought it over. Was it just a coincidence? I need to test this and find out exactly how much control I actually have. With that thought, he began testing his ability. He ordered himself to take off, shadow clone, and iron shoulder strike, but each command ended with him crashing to the ground. After a grueling test that left him completely exhausted, he was practically paralyzed. No good. I've pushed myself to the point where I can't even move. His face was weary as he lay there, helplessly drenched in sweat. Now the only thing I can be sure of is, it seems I can command myself to do absolutely anything. However, for now I can't exceed the physical limits of a normal human, like flying or transforming into other species. Furthermore, some moves that have never been performed before can also be done based on memory. So, logically speaking, as long as my physical strength is up to standard, I can master any kind of martial art easily. I just need to find a way to build up my strength and I'll get much stronger. He propped his hands on the ground and sat up, but there was still one problem he had to verify. The next day, his eyes slowly opened after a long sleep, and he was shocked to find himself in a completely unfamiliar place. This place is the cafeteria. His face turned pale. My legs hurt so much. His legs wouldn't stop throbbing. That's right. I ordered myself to go for a morning run before going to bed. Did my body really get up and go running on its own while I was asleep? Trongbin was incredibly excited. This is awesome. My guess yesterday was spot on. The body can actually carry out commands without the brain even realizing it. He looked left and right. Surely no one noticed me, right? The cafeteria suddenly buzzed with excitement as a girl walked in. Lactivu is here. Oh, it's Lactivu. Lactivu walked in, radiant, waving to everyone. Good morning. The voices around her kept buzzing about her. Lactivu is our goddess. Good morning, Lactivu. I remember she's the school beauty. Does she usually get up this early? Trongbin suddenly noticed something. What is that noise? The surrounding space turned eerie. What on earth is this? Without anyone noticing, Lactivu had transformed into a monster. It was absolutely terrifying. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, a look of sheer terror on his face. Can't anyone else see this? This wasn't Lactivu at all. What Trongbin saw was a monster controlling Lactivu. She spoke in a deeply chilling, creepy voice. You don't look very well, Trongbin. Seeing Bin standing there completely dazed, Vu stepped closer to ask Trongbin, You don't look so good. Vu placed her hand on his shoulder. Are you sick or something? He realized this wasn't Vu. He forced himself to stay calm. Calm down, pull yourself together. Then he forced a hesitant reply. No, it's nothing. I just had a nightmare last night and didn't sleep well, that's all. Trongbin quickly dodged her and slipped away. Oh right, I have a class to catch. I have to go now. This made the monster suspicious. Was that scent of fear just my imagination? On the way to class, Bin was still pondering, why are there mutated beasts inside the school? Has no one noticed them? Could it be my eyes playing tricks on me? Sweating. He peered through a doorway. I need to report this to a teacher right away. His eyes widened in sheer horror at what he saw. Before him was a mutated beast gnawing on a girl's corpse. He immediately turned and bolted. Slumped on a roadside bench, Bin clutched his head and screamed. With a face twisted in panic, he muttered, This isn't normal. This is not normal. Is this place a living hell? What the hell? He pulled out the gemstone, holding it in his hand. So it was only after I swallowed this thing that I could see those mutated beasts. He popped it back into his mouth and bit down. No matter what, I have to get back to normal first. His body began to transform again, and out of nowhere, a red streak appeared beneath his feet. What is happening? The system displayed appraising. Appraisal successful. A replay scene unfolded before him, showing a mutated beast chewing on a man's head and strangling him to death. After the vision faded, Bin sprang up gasping for breath and exclaimed, I've awakened appraisal. With that, he raised his hand to appraise himself. Once again, a notification appeared. Appraising. The attribute panel popped up, Summoned Beast Trongbin. Master Truongbin. Race Human. Level 1. Growth rate 3 stars. Strength 11. Mental power infinite. Energy 12. Agility 11. Average human value is 10. Talent Covenant Gem Level 1. Items, created by consuming physical and mental energy. Once a target voluntarily consumes the life gem, their soul and consciousness will be dominated by the summoner. Level 1 effect activated. After reading this, he wondered, the Covenant Gem actually has levels, and what is this activated effect? Absolute command. You have absolute sovereignty over the summoned beast. Your commands cannot be disobeyed. Absolute obedience. The summoned beast will faithfully obey every command from the summoner. Basic appraisal. Allows you to see your own specific stats and conduct appraisals on targets. The success rate of a successful appraisal depends on the power difference between the two sides. Truong Bin was slightly taken aback. What kind of bizarre new talent is this? Could it have something to do with me swallowing the gem again? Returning to the classroom, Bin spun his pen and stared out the window deep in thought, analyzing his current situation. I have become both my own summoned beast and my own contractor. 2. Since I am only controlled by my own contractor self, my body and mind cannot be interfered with by the outside world. 3. Because of these two coexisting identities, any illusion is completely useless against me. That is why I can clearly see the true forms of the mutated beasts. He immediately ran an appraisal. However, warning after warning flashed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal successful. Mutated beast, Heavenly Mirage Fox. Race, mutated fox. Growth rate unknown. Level 26. Talent cognitive distortion. It can alter the perception of target organisms, forcing them to be completely unable to notice anything abnormal. He continued to think about the images of those mutated beasts. 4. These mutated beasts are all Heavenly Mirage foxes, and their levels are extremely high. Right now, I'm only level 1, so I'm absolutely no match for them. 5. Relying on their cognitive distortion skill, even if a Heavenly Mirage fox were to eat someone right in front of people. They just looked like two ordinary students talking, so no one noticed anything unusual. Feeling dejected, he rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Even if it was a mind control ability. I remember Tu Tinjiao's ability is also mind-based. Maybe she'll have a way. After school, Bin decided to go look for her, his face clouded with worry. I can't believe they're in the school, too. Passing by, Bin glanced toward a couple and realized they were mutated beasts. He wondered to himself just how many of them are there in this city, Patrol Force headquarters. He walked up to the front of a building. The receptionist greeted him warmly. Hello, how can I help you today? Feeling tense. Truong Bin blurted out, I'm looking for someone. To Tin Jiao, today is her first day here. In his mind, her mutated beast form became even more terrifying. Certainly, please wait a moment. Walking over to the guest seats, Bin fell into deep thought. Even inside the patrol force, there are Heavenly Chang foxes. Even high-level awakened ones can't see through their illusions. A voice called out as someone walked toward him. Truong Bin, what are you doing here? Bin stood up, scratching his head. I was a bit worried about how you'd fit in here. So I came to visit you. She happily introduced, don't worry. Let me introduce you. They're all my teammates. Everyone's been looking after me. Bin's eyes looked slightly downcast. Really? That's great then. Showing her determination, she said, I'll have to work harder to get stronger. In the future, I'll go out there, wipe out the mutated beasts, and avenge my parents. He could only offer a silent, sympathetic nod. Zhao cheered up again, making him feel a bit awkward. Oh, right. We're still short on staff right now. Do you want me to recommend you to the patrol force? He politely declined. No, it's fine. My ability wouldn't be of much use anyway. I'm better suited for farming. Pouting, she looked disappointed. What a shame. Turning to leave, he thought, as long as you fit in here, that's enough. I won't bother you anymore. The smile faded from Bin's face. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head and hurried away, leaving the terrifying silhouettes of mutated beasts behind him. Under his breath, he whispered, Goodbye to Tin Jiao. Stepping out of the patrol station, his heart was still in his throat. Is this a joke? Isn't the patrol force supposed to be the strongest faction in Minchao City? How have they completely fallen into enemy hands? His head was low, fists clenched tight. To Tin Jiao just arrived today, and yet... Suddenly, an eerie mist rose beneath his feet, making him halt. He could feel it. Those monsters were everywhere in the city. It seemed the heavenly Chang foxes hadn't just infiltrated the school, they had taken over the entire city. Everyone in Minchao City was just livestock, kept by them. Slipping away, Bin calculated his options. I should use my appraisal skill to check things out. A major portion of the heavenly Chang foxes are around mid to high tier. Level 1 to 9 is low tier, 10 to 19 is mid tier, 20 to 29 is high tier, 30 to 39 is peak tier. Yet the patrol force with so many high-level awakened ones still couldn't defeat them, especially those two extremely powerful ones that killed Lac Vu. My gut tells me that if I use appraisal on them, they'll lock onto my location instantly. I'm afraid they might be peak tier or even king tier. The other heavenly Chang foxes being able to overpower higher-level awakened ones must be due to their influence. Looking back, he thought, unlike normal mutated beasts, the heavenly Chang foxes are highly intelligent. What's more, they excel at disguise, appearing to live in perfect harmony with humans. Though there were images of mutated beasts blending happily into daily life, it was all just a facade. Their primary targets are mostly powerful individuals or those with prominent social standing. Trong Bin walked calmly. The rest are just livestock they keep as reserve food. Facing the heavenly Chang foxes head-on is nothing short of suicide. His eyes darkened. But I can't just stand by and watch countless innocent people die. If only I could get stronger. 1 week later at 3:54 a.m., the full moon shone through a small window. Bin yawned, waking up to do his usual morning exercise. Lately, I've been waking up earlier and earlier. It seems the more my physical strength improves, the less rest my body needs. He felt quite proud of his efforts. After pushing myself to train hard these past few days, I've leveled up. He recalled past events. Besides daily training, I've been trying to create and consume gems, hoping to trigger a second ability or talent. Like before. The gem suddenly turned purple. But since I awakened appraisal, the gems I create have been colorless and swallowing them had no effect. The sudden purple glow of the gem caught him off guard. Today, it actually has color. Bin popped it into his mouth, chewed and swallowed. Though this color really doesn't make it look very appetizing, but I hope it works this time. His body quickly reacted. This feeling is... He immediately opened his status screen. Status panel. Owner Trong Bin. Race human. Level 2. Growth value 4 stars. Strength 13. Spirit power infinite. Energy 13. Agility 15. The average for normal humans is 10. Talent contract gem level 2. Added effect level 2. New talent awakened absolute command, absolute obedience. Appraisal low tier, Nightwalker low tier. Grants night vision, significantly reduces presence at night. Greatly increases movement speed, decreases weight, and makes the user completely invisible in the dark. Glancing over the details, he read, just as I thought, I've awakened a new talent. Now I can finally head out and investigate at night. Analyzing further, he noted, what's more, my contract gem has also leveled up. Could it be linked to my level? His eyes shifted color, a faint, pleased smile spreading across his face. Could it be that every time I level up, I get to awaken a new talent? If so, wouldn't I be invincible? His body was emitting a purple light again. There was no time to lose. He had to train right now and test out his new talent. The Nightwalker effect had been activated. As Bin ran, he realized his night vision was actually better than his daytime sight. Suddenly, he spotted a strange ring lying in the grass. Bin walked over and picked it up. A ring. Driven by curiosity, he used his appraisal skill. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal successful. Assassination ring. Once worn, all living beings will unconsciously ignore the wearer. However, high-level awakeners and above are immune to this effect. Right then, a vision of the ring's previous owner began playing right in front of him. It replayed a scene where the owner was secretly observing none other than the heavenly fox Luo Xiu along with someone else, a figure wearing a mask. Looking quite fierce. Was he the owner of this ring? But in his eyes, Luo Xiu must have looked like a normal human. Was he her enemy? Before the man could even make a move, he was instantly slaughtered by the heavenly fox. Witnessing this, Bin gasped in horror. No, this can't be. Her monstrous face was full of raw ferocity. Luo Xiu is indeed a fox. Besides, given her status, she wouldn't easily make enemies. That leaves only one possibility, Bin thoughtfully analyzed besides himself. There are other people in Mingzhou City fighting these creatures from the shadows. While Bin was still investigating, a voice suddenly echoed from a distance. "Who's over there?" Bin gasped. "Oh no, this is bad." The Heavenly Fox rushed over in a panic and snarled, "The ring is gone! Someone must have taken it." It sniffed around the area, thinking, "No scent at all. How is that possible? If they can hide from me, they must be at least a mid-level awakener." It then hurried off, muttering, "I must report this to His Highness immediately." Hiding in a corner, Bin realized what was happening. So that's how it is. They left this ring here on purpose. He stared intently at the ring. If he put it back now, it would only arouse more suspicion. He had no choice but to keep it. At 5:36 in the morning, as dawn was breaking, Bin examined the ring. Earlier, because it was still dark the night, Walker effect and the assassination ring had completely concealed his presence. It seemed power wasn't just limited to one's own energy, but could also depend on external equipment. In the dorm, footsteps of the Heavenly Fox were drawing closer. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed, "Zhang Ping, run, hide." Hearing this, Bin panicked. Who is speaking?" Jingzhao's spirit suddenly appeared, wrapping around Zhang Ping to warn him. They had arrived, a pack of Heavenly Foxes. The wind rustled the window curtains as they broke into his room. One of them sneered dangerously. "Is it him?" He lunged forward with an attack, roaring, "Die!" His sharp claws were inches from Bin's face. He thought to himself, yet there isn't even a shred of fear or panic from him. This worthless trash. If he were guilty, he'd be jumping out of his skin to fight for his life. Besides, I don't sense the ring's aura on him at all. A subordinate behind him reported, "Your Highness." "Why didn't we kill him? This guy always gets up early to jog, but today he didn't go out." There's definitely something fishy about this. Turning away indifferently, he said, "It's not him. He's just mere food with absolutely no value to be used." A suffocatingly powerful aura radiated from him. "Don't go wasting food for no reason." The subordinate obediently complied. A few hours later, Zhang Ping opened his eyes, waking up in sheer terror. He sat up and spat out the ring from his mouth. "That was way too close. It scared the life out of me. Thank goodness I spat it out. I completely forgot that I jog early every single morning." Bin stared at the ring, thinking, "Good thing I forced my body to sleep just now, or else I would have blown my cover." He suddenly recalled something. Now that I think about it, I could have sworn I heard Su Jingzhao's voice earlier. Was it just an illusion? Sitting alone in the room, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why am I getting so emotional? I need to get stronger quickly so I can avenge her. Anyway, to avoid raising any suspicions from the Heavenly Foxes, I must keep acting like everything is normal." That afternoon in the school cafeteria, everyone was whispering and gossiping. "Hey, did you hear? The patrol team near our school found a body chopped clean in half today." Carrying his food tray, he listened intently. "And get this, the corpse belongs to the notorious Black Death Star, Mingzhou City's #1 assassin. He was the one who severely injured the former city lord. But in the end, his old wounds flared up and he met an early grave." Bin was slightly puzzled. Chopped in half. Could it be that white-clothed person? Even the #1 assassin was killed so easily. His eyes filled with deep worry. Luo Shiyu's strength was truly unfathomable. Was publicly revealing the identity of the corpse meant to warn anyone who dared oppose the Heavenly Foxes? Walking toward the dining table, he thought, "They will definitely tighten security from now on. I need to find some protective gear to defend myself as soon as possible. Once school is over, I should head to the blacksmith district." After school, Zhang Ping went looking for blacksmith shops, only to find that all the surrounding shops were heavily monitored by the Heavenly Foxes. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. He was helpless. All the blacksmith shops in the city seemed to be controlled by the Heavenly Frost Fox. Suddenly, the system notified him that the appraisal was successful. His eyes widened in shock. After 100 successful appraisals, his basic appraisal skill leveled up to intermediate appraisal skill. He couldn't help but be amazed by the upgrade. Now he could even appraise the target's growth potential. Mutated beast, Heavenly Frost Fox. Species mutated fox. Growth potential 1 star. Level intermediate mutated beast. Level 15. Talent cognitive distortion. It can alter the target creature's perception, making them completely oblivious to anything unusual. It called out, welcoming him, "Hey kid, come on in and take a look." Zhang Ping declined and walked away. No need to thank it. He planned his next move. The urgent priority now was still to find a shop that wasn't under its control. Walking to another blacksmith shop, he suddenly heard people talking. "This is my high-grade masterpiece. Look at these patterns, aren't they gorgeous?" The two inside were bragging to each other. "It seems times are tough for you too, old man. If you agree to buy it, I'll begrudgingly give you my absolute lowest price." The old man asked, "Huh? What did you say?" blowing pipe smoke right in his face. Annoyed, the seller grumbled about how his daughter was waiting for dinner, and this old man was being so difficult before angrily shouting, "Are you deaf?" Just then Zhang Ping, who had just stepped into the shop, picked up the seller's sword. The seller immediately got annoyed. "Who do you think?" Zhang Ping started to appraise it. Furious, the seller lunged at him. "You little brat! How dare you try to snatch my stuff!" The system panel popped up, ornate one-handed sword, quality common, a useless-looking weapon that was previously broken and poorly repaired. Stunned, Zhang Ping cried out, "Wait, this sword!" Before he could even finish saying, "is going to break," the sword snapped in half. This made the seller absolutely furious. Unleashing his power, he let out a massive roar. "Damn it! How dare you ruin my deal!" Energy surged through the room as he roared in anger. "Do you have any idea who I am?" A terrifying force erupted from his body. "I am the direct disciple of Master Ma from the Xingyi Martial Arts Dojo." After showing off his inner force moves, he moved with the speed of lightning. They're flashing around Zhang Ping so fast that he created countless afterimages. Five-fold inner lightning strike. These illusions looked just like clones of him. Zhang Ping, showing absolutely no expression, slapped him right across the face. He slammed flat on the ground, whimpering, "Young people these days always picking on the weak." Zhang Ping calmly muttered, "Is that all you've got?" and opened his status window. Name Liu Baoguo. Race human, growth potential 1 star. Class novice awakened level 1. Talent, earth-shattering, invincible, primordial chi. Any move he uses will produce highly dramatic, powerful-looking special effects. However, only the user can see them. Overuse will cause the user to get trapped in their own delusion and unable to snap out of it. He declared, "From now on, watch your back out there." Zhang Ping thought to himself in sheer disbelief. Is this guy just here for comic relief? Taking advantage of Zhang Ping being distracted, he lunged for a sneak attack. A perfect chance for a sneak attack! Zhang Ping punched him, leaving him completely paralyzed on the floor. "Sneak attacking me? Seriously, who's the one picking on who here?" Suddenly a female voice rang out. "I was only gone for a little while, and yet the shop is already this noisy." Xiu Si, with an incredibly fierce and terrifying expression, spat, "Get lost on your own, or do you want me to throw you out?" Terrified, the man scrambled away, stammering, Sorry." Zhang Ping thought to himself, "I'd better check out another shop." But before he could even leave, Qiu Sei's hand blocked him. "Hold it right there," she said with a dominant look. "Let's talk." Confused Zhang Ping stammered, Talk about what?" She immediately pressed, close to him, oozing an alluring charm. "I'm just a weak single girl struggling every day to make a living while also having to care for my uncle who's currently devastated because his daughter went missing. I see you're in great shape and have a decent character. So how about you?" Hesitant Zhang Ping asked. "What exactly do you mean by that?" She immediately tucked Zhang Ping under her arm and dragged him into the shop, saying playfully, "Stay here and be my blacksmith apprentice. You'll take care of old Uncle Liu Tifeng and help watch the shop. Of course, room and board are covered, plus you get a salary." With her massive chest pressing right against him, his face flushed red as he thought, "If I can learn blacksmithing skills, I'll be able to save a lot of money on gear in the future. Besides, this shop doesn't seem to be controlled by the Heavenly Frost Fox yet." Instantly, Zhang Ping's spirits soared with determination. "All right, I'll become the king of blacksmiths." Hearing this, she gave him a pat on the back that nearly broke him. "Excellent, I knew I chose the right guy." Groaning in pain, he thought to himself, "First I need to make sure I can survive her brutal strength." A few days later, highly suggestive sounds kept echoing from inside the blacksmith shop. "Put some more muscle into it, little bro." Panting heavily, Zhang Ping replied, "Sister Qiu Sei, is this really okay?" She replied, "It's fine. No one's coming anyway." Qiu Sei continued to encourage him. "Great, this feels pretty good." Actually, Qiu Sei was teaching Zhang Ping how to forge. This was their unique family technique, the dough-kneading forging art. Just like kneading dough, you have to let the materials blend completely. With that, she turned around. "Wait here a second, I'll go grab the molds from the storeroom." As she walked away, she added, "Pour the fuel from the barrel next to you. Make sure you don't let the fire die." "Working hard," he grunted in agreement. But once she left, he looked around in utter confusion. "Are all of these actually fuel?" "Oh no, the fire's going out. I've already thrown in both barrels." Shrugging, he thought, whatever, let's just dump it all in. He decisively threw everything inside, finally tossing them into the furnace below to keep heating it up. The moment he threw all the materials into the furnace, the molten mixture inside began to react violently. Terrifying flames erupted from the furnace, followed by a thick, dark cloud of black smoke billowing out. Instantly, Zhang Ping couldn't react in time. Frozen in place, he thought to himself, "Am I dead?" Suddenly, right over his heart, a bizarre head appears. It actively sucks all the flames inside. The searing heat causes him agonizing pain, but after a moment, the entire fire is completely sucked away. He gasps, his eyes wide in shock. The room is filled with thick smoke and dust, making him cough uncontrollably. Wait, how did the fire go out? Suddenly his heart surges with intense burning heat again. Clutching his chest, he screams in pain. "Ugh, it's so hot! Appraise status window. Summoner Trung Bin, Master Trung Bing. Race human. Level 3. Growth potential 4 stars. Strength 16. Mental power infinite. Energy 15. Agility 18. Average human value 10. Talents. Level 3 Covenant Gem. An item created by consuming physical and mental energy. Once the target voluntarily consumes this life gem, Bakya, their soul and consciousness will be dominated by the summoner. The level 3 bonus effect has been activated. Novice Nightwalker Star Plus. Grants night vision and drastically reduces presence at night. Movement speed is greatly increased. Body weight is reduced and the user becomes completely invisible in pitch darkness. Mid-grade appraisal Star Minus. Allows the user to view their own specific numerical stats and identify targets. The success rate depends on the power gap between the two sides. Novice Fire Wielder Star Plus. Can convert devoured flames into fire element energy and store it in the body. This energy can be released at any time until the fire element reserve is depleted. Current fire element energy 100 out of 100. He deduces my growth potential has increased again. Based on what happened before, if I'm not mistaken, awakening a new talent increases my growth potential and upgrading old talents like my appraisal skill consumes it. As long as I keep awakening new talents, my growth potential will be limitless. But from what I recall, everyone else's growth potential is limited. Could it be that I'm the only one who can awaken multiple talents? His eyes filled with both anxiety and intense focus as he contemplates, so what happened just now was the Fire Devourer skill absorbed the fire, didn't it? Crossing his arms, he thinks, either way, I've already reached level 3. And I consumed a level 3 gem. But why are its effects only active at night? Is there some specific condition that needs to be met? Suddenly, Sack walks in and asks, "What's going on? Why is the room in such a mess?" In a panic, she grabs Bin's hand, looking worried. "Wait, you didn't put the scarlet serpent scales into the furnace, did you? That stuff will explode." "Well, I forgot to tell you," he stammers in response. "Sis Sack, about the damage to the room." She brushes it off. "Don't worry about that. What are you saying? I'm just glad you're okay. But how on earth did you put out the fire? The fire caused by the scarlet serpent." "Scales isn't easy to put out at all." Scratching his head, he replies, "Well, it's a long story." Sack looks at the materials in astonishment. Wow, the fusion of the materials is incredible. But this requires extremely high temperatures to achieve such results. She picks it up and praises him. "Kid, you really do have talent. The school definitely misjudged you. With your performance, you could easily join the 3 major organizations." Sack strikes down hard with her hammer. He calmly asks, "Sis Sack, people always consider the Patrol Division and the Investigation Division to be 2 of the 3 major organizations. So what's the 3rd organization?" She dips a dagger into the water to temper it. Checking it, she says, "Pearl City does indeed have a 3rd organization, but as for its name or what it does, no one has any idea." She turns back to him and asks, "Oh, by the way, little brother Trung Bin, you wanted to buy some gear earlier, right? If you don't mind, take this." Receiving the dagger, he immediately appraises it. Wow, such a high-quality dagger. Beauty's tears. Fine quality forged from cold iron. It can easily damage mid-level mutated beasts from level 10 to level 19 or below. Based on the market price of the materials, I'd say it's worth about 100,000. Hearing this, his eyes widen in shock. He blurts out, "Can someone with a monthly salary of 3,000 like me really accept this?" Sack laughs out loud. "Consider it a reward for your progress." She waves, turning around to walk away. "I still have a mission to do, so I'll be off now." "But are you sure you're okay not heading back to school?" Ben replies, "Don't worry about me, sis. I already finished my early graduation paperwork." "I see, that's a relief. Take good care of the old man, okay? He's getting a bit senile, so don't let him open the shop for business." Watching her leave, he thinks to himself, even though this forge is closed and shouldn't attract the attention of the Tianchang foxes, the commotion just now was too loud. It might still draw them in. I should use Nightwalker to patrol the area once it gets dark and see what's going on. At a nearby park, a little girl is playing happily, but in reality she is a mutated beast, a Tianchang fox of the mutated fox species. Level 3. Growth potential 4 stars. Rank novice mutated beast. Talent cognitive distortion. It can alter the perception of target creatures, forcing them to remain completely unaware of anything unusual. He was surprised. This was the first time he had ever seen such a low-level Tianchang fox. Standing behind it and watching, he thought, "We're both level 3. Since I have enhanced gear, I can probably beat it, even though the city patrol has been completely compromised. But the patrol outside the city walls shouldn't be affected yet." He cast a sharp gaze in that direction. "If I just deliver the corpse of this Tianchang fox to them, it might catch the attention of the higher-ups." Suddenly his arm was frozen, and a voice rang out. "Ikanao. Are you planning to make a move on a child?" A terrifying presence emerged from behind him. "Don't move or I'll kill you." The threatening voice from behind instantly cut off his thoughts of taking action. Ben thought to himself, "This girl's level must be way higher than mine. Even my Nightwalker talent and assassination ring are completely locked down by her." She leaned her face close to his, making him feel a bit nervous. "If you don't want to die, come find me at the orphanage's martial arts training ground." He stared blankly. "The orphanage's training ground?" Blue particles dissolved into the air. He was stunned. "She's gone." Ben thought to himself, "Looks like she isn't on the Tianchang fox's side. Otherwise, I would have been a goner." A moment later, he stood in front of the orphanage gates. "It's so huge. When I was a kid, I used to go to the small park next door to blindly practice the Wangba fist, which is why I gave it that name. I called it the orphanage's martial arts training ground. That girl must know me, otherwise how could she know my secret?" Standing alone in the deserted forest, he realized, not only that, but she's also been watching me this whole time. That's why she stopped me right when I was about to make a move. She led me here. She must have some kind of motive. Just then, a mutated beast appeared. He was quite shocked to find a mutated beast in the forest. Activating his appraisal skill, the system instantly showed a successful appraisal. Mutated beast attribute panel. Armored venom-tailed rat. Race mutated rat. Potential 2 stars. Mutated beast. Rank low tier. Level 5. Talent deadly venom tail. It has a venom sac inside its body that can secrete poison through the bone spikes at the tip of its tail. Seeing its level, Ben narrowed his eyes and calculated his chances. This venom-tailed rat is 2 levels higher than me, but it's quite cautious. If I slowly back away, I should be able to escape. He took a step back, his hand tightly gripping his knife. "No, I can't." Facing the bizarre mutated beast, he told himself, "If I don't deal with it now, the orphanage kids who come to play in the park tomorrow might be in grave danger. It's just a low-tier mutated beast anyway. And I have the gear Sis Tai gave me. Beauty's Tear's a high-quality dagger made of cold iron. It can easily deal age to intermediate-level mutated beasts of level 10 to 19 or below." With determined eyes, he charged forward. "I can win!" Bolting toward the beast, he thought. In my past life, I read plenty of power fantasy novels where the protagonist instantly becomes an incredibly skilled fighter out of nowhere, which is totally unrealistic, even though I have 0 real combat experience. I can still order my summoned Truong Bin to fight. Just then, the mutated rat curled up and started spinning at an extreme speed. "Whoa, it can do that too!" And he used his dagger to block with all his might, gritting his teeth to hold his ground. Ben thought, its armor is way too hard, even Beauty's Tears can't pierce it. I need another plan. After the attack, the rat leaped onto the rock wall. Its body tensed as it arched its tail, gathering venom before instantly launching it, unleashing a barrage of venom needles at Trong Bin. He dodged the attacks repeatedly, treating it like a game where he was in full control of his body. As the venom stopped, he built up momentum. Its eyes are its weakness. That's the only spot not covered by its armor. But when it curls into a ball, defending my target is going to be tough. I have to find a way to break its guard. His hand suddenly burst into flames. It seemed he had a plan. Got it, my low-tier fire devourer talent. I can convert consumed flames into fire elemental energy and store it in my body. And I can release that energy at any moment. Until the fire elemental energy pool is completely depleted. Current fire elemental energy, 100 out of 100. Getting into a combat stance, he shouted out his command. First execute. Min Pearl Boxing Rat-Chasing Stance. He hadn't expected the history book's introduction of the Min Pearl Boxing to actually be useful here. This move packs a punch relying on brute force to overpower beasts. It used the user's size advantage to suppress smaller foes. Charging ahead with an overwhelming strike, Trong Bin closed the distance to the rat perfectly. Feigning an attack first, Truong Bin lunged with his dagger in one hand to stab it. Take this, you rat! He flashed a triumphant grin. Now, Burn, don't get mad, okay? With his other hand, he unleashed a fiery attack. Fire Devourer Flame Clad. Catching it off guard, he channeled the flames through his dagger and drove it straight toward the beast. Finally, the moment it let down its guard, Bin put all his strength into a thrust, sending dirt and rocks flying as he struck its vital spot. A massive surge of energy erupted. A few minutes later, the rat finally drew its last breath. Level rose from 3 to 4. Stamina increased from 15 to 16. Energy increased from 15 to 17. Agility increased from 18 to 19. He pulled his dagger out. As expected, real combat levels you up way faster than training. Suddenly, dark purple tentacles loomed behind him. He spun around, his mind racing. Come to think of it, the appearance of this venom-tailed rat is a bit bizarre. Besides the Tianchong foxes, there shouldn't be any other mutated beasts inside the city walls. Before he could worry further, a dark void began to engulf him. What? What is this? Panicking, he let out a cry as the darkness dragged him down. Moments later, Trong Bin lay sprawled out on the ground. Just then, a hand reached out using a powerful force to bind his body tightly, and a voice said, I'll give you 5 minutes. Shocked Bin thought to himself, this voice? And it belongs to that girl from earlier. She appeared pointing a sword directly at him, demanding that he prove he was human. Hearing this, he didn't even panic. Instead, he felt a bit exasperated. Prove I'm human, I am human, how the heck am I supposed to prove that? As Tu Thien pointed her sword at Bin, he stared at her deep in thought. Prove that I'm human. Could it be? She realized that mutated beasts were lurking in the city, she just couldn't tell them apart. That's why she made me prove myself. Back when I was getting ready to deal with the sky-sent fox, she might have already suspected something. He let out a forced, embarrassed smile. Could you give me a little hint? In his mind, he wondered if the poison-tailed rat was also a test for him. Ignoring Jiang Ping's question, Liu Xixian's cold voice spoke. 4 minutes left. Then a robotic voice chimed in. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. After 8 failed appraisals, then 20 failed appraisals, she spoke up again. 2 minutes left. The robotic voice continued to sound. Appraisal failed attempt number 999 and intermediate appraisal skill. A has leveled up to advanced appraisal. Advanced appraisal can identify the target's faction ownership. Appraisal successful. Jiang Ping looked at the status screen and marveled. So strong to think she's level 28. Attribute panel name, Liu Xixian, species human. Faction sweeper team. Growth 5 stars. Rank advanced awakened. Level 28. Talent water element control. Can accumulate water elemental energy by drinking water and allows the control of water elemental energy. And around your surroundings and inside your body at will. He realized this and thought, no wonder she was so hard to appraise. What's more, the Nightwalker's cloak and the assassination ring are completely useless against her. The Nightwalker's cloak and the assassination ring are completely useless against her. Jiang Ping was flustered, shutting his eyes tight. Sweeper team. I've never heard of them. Could they be the third major organization besides the patrol team and the investigation team? Liu Xixian's brows furrowed. 1 minute left. He panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat. Wait. He pictured the image of children playing in the park. He looked at her. You call this small park a martial arts field, so you must also come from the same orphanage as me, right? Name Liu Sixian, species human, faction sweeper team. The thoughts swirled in his head. But I remember there was no one in the orphanage named Liu Sixian. If she really came from there, she must have changed her name. Surrounded by her magical energy, Zhang Ping took a desperate gamble and blurted out a series of names. Are you Liu Doran, Liu Yishu, Liu Shuesheng? He kept listing them endlessly, making Sixian feel a bit flustered. Liu Xingyu, Liu Sisi. The tip of the sword lightly grazed his skin and blood trickled out. Sixian stepped closer to him and spoke calmly. That still doesn't prove you're human. Zhang Ping turned slightly pale, his eyes widening as he looked at her. That reaction just now. It seemed she really was Liu Sisi. She was 3 years older than him. When he enrolled in the Mingzhou Ability Academy, Liu Sisi had already graduated and joined the investigation team. If there is information that only he and she know, memories of the past flashed before him. A young girl was teaching a young boy martial arts. This move is called Sisi's Invincible Earth-Shattering Fist. You must learn it well. The young boy was confused. He repeated the words she had taught him as a child. His teasing tone made her blush furiously. First stance, second stance, third stance. Sisi's Invincible Earth-Shattering Fist. He was overjoyed. You really are Sister Sisi. Then, sister. The sword in Sixian's hand gradually dissolved into thin air. She avoided his gaze. Second question. Sixian stared at him with absolute seriousness. According to the Academy's records, your ability is the contract gem. It was deemed useless because it couldn't meet the activation requirements. So, what on earth have you been doing lately? Recalling 2 weeks ago, he spoke up. 2 weeks ago, I swallowed the contract gem, becoming a summoned beast controlled only by myself. Because of that, I'm immune to the illusions of mutated beasts and can see right through their disguises. What's more, according to my recent investigations. Zhang Ping continued his words, catching Sixian by surprise. Currently, there are many sky-sent foxes lurking in the city. I suspect an entire community has infiltrated Mingzhou City. He went on, their species has the ability to distort perception. She grabbed his shoulders. Is everything you're saying true? He listed off every single person he had uncovered. Duong Lak Ngiep, the owner of the breakfast diner, Van Thuong, the owner of 9-piece household goods, Tang Longzhou, the blacksmith from the Long Thuong weapons shop. He looked at her. And even that little scent fox, the little one you just stopped me from hitting. All of them are low-level sky-scent foxes. You can go and verify it yourself. She turned to leave, then paused in her tracks. Stay right there and don't move. I'll be back shortly. Sixian spoke into the device in her hand. Jinbo, do you think that information is reliable? Jinbo, receiving her query from afar, quickly replied, the first thing we can verify is, lately Mingzhou City hasn't detected any mutated beasts of the sky-scent fox species, yet cognitive distortion abilities have been popping up. It also matches Zhang Ping's description. He looked straight ahead, still speaking into the small device. I've secretly sent men to capture the 2 closest targets. They should be back soon. An explosion boomed behind Jinbo, startling him. People were running away from the blast. What's going on? He asked. Behind them, a girl was in hot pursuit. The person frantically spoke up. Leader, the owner of the breakfast diner, she went completely mad the moment she was taken out of the city. She broke free and attacked us, the person who had been chasing that boy. It was suddenly standing right in front of Jinbo, ready to strike. He clenched his fist tightly, magical energy gathering around his hand. You're asking for death! He threw a heavy punch straight at her. Jinbo looked down at the person who had tried to attack him, now sprawling on the ground. Know your place. Before long, dark magical energy enveloped her, and she transformed into a monster. He realized the truth. It seems the intel was right. We've finally uncovered what the enemy is. Jinbo raised his hand and ordered his team members, inform the other squads to launch a direct attack on the targets. Understood, they replied. Meanwhile, Shu Yu was lounging on the balcony of the Mingzhou Academy, enjoying herself. Suddenly, she sensed something. Her eyes snapped open. Her female lackey stammered nervously, Your Highness. Without saying a word, she flew straight out of the balcony. Floating in mid-air, Thivu muttered in a dark tone, Yue-9 is dead. Someone killed Yue-9 outside the city on Lak Ngiep Road. Another vessel is dead. Her face was twisted in rage and pure bloodlust as her entire body erupted with a powerful surge of dark magic. To kill them so quickly and instantly suppress their aura to avoid my tracking. A giant monster loomed behind Thivu. Her eyes flared with rage. Who on earth could it be? In a dimly lit room, Bin stared straight at her. Is it verified? Tutian replied softly, though there was a hint of hesitation in her voice. But we can't verify it. You suddenly possess the ability to see through the illusions of the Tianchang foxes. Could this be a trap set by them? The magical aura surrounding Bin gathered back into Tutian's palm. She calmly spoke, So from now on, you will only serve as our eyes and ears. I will protect you from the shadows. If you discover anything, you can contact me at night. Freed from her magic, Bin massaged his shoulder, muttering to himself in confusion. Protection plus surveillance, huh? Fine. As long as it helps get rid of the Tianchang foxes, I'm fine with anything. She tossed something to him. Bin quickly caught it. Tutian turned to walk away, saying, Take this. These jade pendants are a pair. One is cold jade and the other is warm jade. He opened his palm. Resting in his hand was a piece of jade. She continued, If you're in danger, just envelope the cold jade in fire. The warm jade in my hand will burn hot. That way I'll know you're in danger and can back you up immediately. Tutian crossed her arms, her tone serious. But I still highly suggest you find a way to make yourself stronger. After all, no one can guarantee your safety 100%. The jade in his hand seemed to pulse with heat as he quietly willed it to warm up. Bin scratched his head and said, Actually, I've thought about finding a martial arts gym. To learn some martial arts, but I just can't afford the tuition. She took a few steps forward, her voice drifting back. I'll submit a request for funding. In the meantime, look around for a gym that fits you. He happily clasped his hands and replied, That would be fantastic. Thank you, sis. In the vast but largely deserted city, thoughts swirled in Bin's mind. Over the past few days, the number of Tianchang foxes has dropped significantly. They must have been taken care of by the sweeper squad. Tutu didn't reveal her identity to me. She probably still doesn't trust me fully. If my appraisal skill hadn't leveled up to identify a target's faction, I still wouldn't know she was part of the sweeper squad. He lowered his head, crossing his arms in deep thought. But how did they know from the very beginning that Mincho City was being invaded by mutated beasts? Whatever, forget it. As long as they helped me deal with the Tianchang foxes, that's all that matters. Trungbin stretched his arms to shake off his fatigue. Plus, 10,000 Mincho coins for helping out is actually pretty generous. Kitman ran over with a man holding a stack of flyers. Catching him off guard, she asked, Interested in learning martial arts? Anyone want to learn Beast King Fist? He turned to look at her. Can I have one? She replied. Here you go. He took the flyer, studying it closely. Man, this tuition isn't cheap at all, is it? He muttered. And I don't even know if it's the right fit for me. Kitman beamed and said excitedly, It's absolutely worth every single penny. Our Beast King Fist is actually quite well known in Mincho City. Bin looked a bit hesitant. Noticing his reaction, she stepped closer and dumped the stack of flyers into his hands. If you don't believe me, I can show you some moves. Kietman stepped forward. She took a fighting stance. The first 3 forms of Beast King Fist are Ape King Giant Alligator and Phoenix Claw. He stood watching her, thinking, learn. This Beast King Fist, whether in footwork or strikes, is way more formidable than Ming Fist. Trungbin closely watched Keetman execute each movement from the first form to the second. It really is an impressive set of techniques. The Ape King form's movements are fluid and unpredictable. The third form was a spinning kick. It looked flawless, yet a hint of hesitation appeared on Bin's face. It's just that he stared blankly as Keetman suddenly fell flat on the ground. He quietly assessed her in his mind. She's not proficient enough. She's completely failing to bring out the true power of Beast King Fist. Behind her, 2 burly men appeared. Hung Ni's voice boomed fiercely. Who gave you Beast King Fist gym folks permission to hand out flyers here? Ignoring those 2 men, he walked over to her and asked gently, Are you okay? Kietman scratched her head, a sheepish smile on her lips, and said to them, I'm so sorry. I had no idea we weren't allowed to hand out flyers here. Bao Kwok stepped between Hung Ni and Hung Dai, saying with arrogant contempt, What's so great about a low-tier style like Beast King Fist? Anyway, I suggest you just join our Xingyi Fist gym instead. Bin pointed a finger at him. Oh, the lightning 5-chain flop! Fuming with rage as if he was about to burst into flames, he screamed, "It's the lightning 5 consecutive strikes! You're the one who's flopping!" Bao Quoc roared in fury. "I still haven't settled the score with you for what happened at the blacksmith shop. Today is perfect. Hung Dai Hung Yi, get him." Keat Man blocked them, saying firmly, "I won't let you bully him." Hearing this, they activated their magic. Suddenly, Hung Ni and Hung Dai let out agonizing cries, leaving Bin and her utterly shocked appraisal. Standing behind the two of them, Bao Quoc barked arrogantly, "Get the hell out of the way, bitch, or I'll teach you a lesson too." The stats of the two men, Hung Ni and Hung Dai, flashed before his eyes. Status window, name Hung Yi. Species human. Affiliation Xingyi Martial Arts Gym. Growth 1 star. Rank novice, awakened. Level 4. Talent, physical enhancement. Intelligence reduced by 70% in exchange for an increased level of physical enhancement skill. Attribute board. Name Hung Dai. Species human. Affiliation Xingyi Dojo. Growth 1 star. Physical strength is increased by up to a maximum of 30%. Rank novice awakened. Level 4. Talent, physical enhancement. Intelligence is reduced by 70% in exchange for a certain level of physical enhancement skills and physical strength. Up to a maximum of 30%, Bin gasped, blurting out in shock, trading brainpower for physical enhancement. Looking at Hung Tu and Hung Dai, who were powering up, he asked out loud, "Are you guys seriously calling this a talent?" Bin turned his gaze to Keat Man's status board, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Attribute board. Name Vuong Kiat Man. Species human. Affiliation Beast King Dojo. Growth 7 star. Rank novice awakened. Level 3. Talent diligence over intelligence. Learning speed is reduced by 90%, but any skill, can be improved through persistent training. For every day of continuous practice, the growth rate for that specific training increases by 10% up to a maximum of 1,000%. He thought in quiet amazement, such a high growth value. Who would have thought Vuong Keat Man was actually a hidden powerhouse? He slapped his hand against his forehead in utter helplessness. But with your current strength, stepping up to help me is basically a death wish, isn't it? He tossed the stack of papers back to Keat Man. As she clutched them in confusion, Trong Bin placed a hand on her shoulder, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. "This is my business. I should be the one to handle it." Hearing this, she said anxiously, "But there are 3 of them. If you face them alone, you'll be at a huge disadvantage." A dangerous glint flashed in Bin's eyes. He looked down at his hands. "Don't worry about it. Didn't you just show me that Ape King stance? It's the perfect opportunity to use them for a little practice." Hung Tu and Hung Dai lunged toward him, roaring, "You arrogant bastard!" Bin raised his hand and struck Hung Dai right in the neck. Move 1. He dodged Hung Tu's attack and jabbed him in the stomach. Move 2. Just then, Bao Quoc joined the fray. Lightning 5 link. Bin raised his leg and kicked him right in the crotch. Move 3. He smirked, looking at Bao Quoc groveling on the floor, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Too bad. Without those 2 to back you up, that Lightning 5 link drop you're so proud of has just been reduced to a 3-link flop." Bin walked back over to Keat Man. "Let's go. Take me to the Beast King Dojo to sign up." Excited, she asked, "You really want to sign up?" Bin quickly replied, "For real." She looked at Bin with pure admiration. "You're amazing. You only saw it once. And you already learned the Ape King stance? So in the future, if there are any moves I don't understand, can you teach me?" Without hesitation, he said, "No problem." Keat Man gave him a thumbs up, cheering happily. "Awesome, with your help, I'll definitely get stronger in no time." Seeing her like this, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. She has a 7-star potential. At the very least, she'll become a high-level awakened. A gentle smile appeared on Bin's face as he thought. She might even become a peak-level awakened. Maybe in the future I'll be the one asking you for help instead. Inside the Beast King Dojo, hushed whispers filled the air. Someone saw the instructor on the street. What the instructor is back, and Bin and... Keat Man stood frozen, watching the disciples running around in sheer chaos. "Oh my God, didn't they say the instructor wouldn't be back for another 2 days? What do we do now? I haven't even mastered half of the Ape King stance yet." "That's what you get for slacking off. Just wait for your punishment." "Hey, snap out of it." Bin looked on blankly and asked, "Everyone seems absolutely terrified of the instructor." Kiet Man replied nervously, "Our instructor Bakduk is notoriously strict. Anyone who fails to complete their tasks gets severely punished." He asked, "And what about you? Have you been punished too?" Star-like sparkles seemed to float around Kiet Man. She lifted her chin proudly. "I've been punished the most. For over a month, I haven't even reached the standard for basic martial arts entry." Bin stared at her helplessly. "Is that really something to be proud of?" The doors of the Beast King dojo burst open. All the disciples stood at attention, greeting the instructor in unison. She quickly looked at Bin and whispered urgently, "The instructor is here. Hurry up and get in line." Bakduk crossed his arms, exuding an imposing aura. He barked, "Attention, everyone! Your postures are completely off. Run 50 laps." The system began scanning his information. A moment later, the system chimed, "Appraisal successful." Duke's information materialized before Bin's eyes. Attribute board. Name, Bakduk. Species human. Affiliation Beast King Dojo. Growth value rank, Novice Awakened. Level 25. Talent form mimicry. Alters body shape accordingly by consuming food. The number of saved forms is determined by level. Currently saved forms, Running Wolf and Berserk Lion, have been saved. The disciples shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" Looking at his stats, Bin thought in awe, so strong just looking at his level. He seems on par with Sister Tutu. Duke's eyes swept the room and locked onto him. He marched over to Bin. "So you're the brat who helped teach the Shingi Dojo a lesson yesterday," Bin replied. "And what if I am—" Duke raised a fist right in front of Bin. "Take this kid," caught off guard. Bin suddenly yelled, "Wait a second." Ignoring his words, Duke launched a flurry of attacks at Bin, but Bin managed to dodge every single one. "You're being way too unreasonable, aren't you? Attacking a newcomer like me without saying a single word." He shot back, "Newcomer!" Clenching both hands as flames erupted around them, he roared. "So I heard a kid like you only had to look at the Ape King style once to master it." His fist is inches from his face. Panic-stricken, he thinks, "Oh no, I'm dead. I can't dodge this." Duke withdraws his magic and taps him lightly on the head. Laughing out loud with pure excitement, he says, "I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Your talent isn't half bad, kid." He glances over at Kiet Man, who is pretending to notice nothing, and adds, "It's a shame the person who demonstrated the Ape King fist for you was such an amateur. Their footwork was miles off." Duke places his hand on his shoulder, his voice filled with high expectations. "Later on, how about I personally train you?" He cups his hands to thank the instructor. Then a menacing look appears on Duke's face as he slowly turns to look at the disciples behind him. "Next, it's time to check if you guys have been slacking off." Duke puts his hands behind his back sternly, watching the disciples' every move. "Everyone line up one by one, spar with me. Anyone who doesn't make the cut, and we'll have to do 500 push-ups and carry weights for a distance of 10 kilometers. Bin smiles wryly, thinking, as expected of a body enhancement awakened, such brutal training. Meanwhile, Kiet Man nudges him. He turns to look at her and whispers, "What is it?" This flusters her. Kiet Man covers her mouth, shyly asking him, "The instructor hasn't taught me much, so after he's finished coaching you, hey, could you teach me?" He agrees right away. "No problem. Once we're done, come with me to the Soul of Iron and I'll practice with you." Kiet Man exclaims in delight, "Really? I was so worried you'd say no." At that moment, her status window pops up. Status panel, name Wang Jimin, race human, physique uncrowned beast king, growth 7 stars, class novice awakened, rank 3, talent diligence over genius. Learning speed is reduced by 90%, but any skill can be improved through persistent training. For every day of persistence, the growth rate of the same exercise increases by 10% up to 1,000%. Bin is a bit puzzled, thinking, but with diligence over genius, her learning speed is 90% lower. He smiles wryly, thinking, this talent of hers is basically made to torture her teacher, isn't it? No wonder Instructor Bide didn't want to teach her much. Kiet Man bows deeply at a 90-degree angle and says earnestly, "Please guide me well from now on." A few days later at the Soul of Iron, Bin's serious voice rings out, "Your form is wrong. Do it again." Kiet Man apologizes in a panic. Looking at her movements, he speaks up again. "Wrong again. Do it again." Kiet Man falls to the ground with a thud. He places his hand on his forehead in utter defeat, thinking, I broke the Ape King style down into individual tiny movements. so she could practice them one by one, and even then there's barely any progress. Bin clenches his fist as magic flickers around it, thinking resolutely, but this Beast King fist really does have its own profound way. I've only been practicing for a few days, yet I can already faintly feel my level about to rise. Suddenly, Sak's voice calls out cheerfully, "Hey, little brother Trong Bin, I'm back!" Bin looks at Keetman, then points outside. "My sister is back. Keep practicing. I'll go take a look." She nods and whispers a response. As soon as he steps out, he sees Sak leaning against the table, her voice sounding quite annoyed. "Ugh, how annoying, we almost failed this time. I don't know what the hell is going on, but the mutated beasts on the outskirts have suddenly thinned out." She turns around, places her hands on the table, and looks straight at him. "We had no choice but to venture deep into the northern forest. Only to run into a wolf pack, and they were all Tempest wolves." He gasps. Bin asks anxiously, "Are you all right, Sister Sak?" Sak smiles gently, taking a gemstone out of her bag, and replies, "We're fine. We used the earth-tunneling shovel to hide. Since the wolf pack couldn't find their prey, they went off to attack the forest dwellers nearby." Sak shows it to him and says happily, "I took advantage of the chaos to snatch some good stuff from the wolf pack. Here, take a look. Give me your hand. It's not every day you find something like this." System information about the gemstone pops up: wind gem, quality rare, an extremely rare biological crystallization. It can be used to store wind elemental energy. Through spiritual guidance, this energy can be released to launch attacks like wind blades or tempests. Bin holds it in his hand and whispers, "This is a wind gem." Sak laughs heartily. "Ha, you sure know your stuff. Even a child could use this to cast spells like wind blades and tempests out of thin air." Suddenly, Bin hears a faint sound coming from the gemstone. "Hey, stop. It's broad daylight. This is not a good idea." "Oh my. Don't undress me. Let go of my hand. Let me do it myself. First blade. Form of the fan. Family sweeping blade. Can you show me what you've got?" Birds in the trees are in pairs. Blue waters and green mountains bring a smile. What is that sound? U-12 is dead. Damn humans, today I must eat 2 more of them. He stands frozen, wondering, what are these voices? But detailed information about the gemstone continues to be displayed by the system. Summon status panel. Master Trong Bin, race human, physique forge soul. 4. Growth. 4 stars. Stamina 18. Spirit infinite. Energy 17. Agility 21. Average human value is 10. Class novice awakened. Rank 4. Contract gemstone level 4. Level 4 has activated the bonus effect awakened talent. Wind Whisperer. Novice Wind Whisperer. The user will randomly hear loud voices, filled with emotion within a 10-mile radius, and cannot actively control them. Looking at the screen in front of him, Trong Bin smirks. Sure enough, it's a new talent just like the Fire Eater from before. The contract gemstone is finally taking effect. A dark voice comes out of nowhere. "You're 6. Besides Wang Jimin, there's another boy in the shop. That boy seems to be the one who harmed us in the dormitory, causing us to be punished by His Majesty." Bin turns his head, confusion written all over his face. What was that voice? Is it a Tianchang fox? Suddenly, a series of scenes replay in Bin's mind. The scene of 2 beasts plotting a conspiracy unfolds in his mind. It seems the prey is fine. Let's eat them for lunch. I'm going to eat that little brat. Wang Jimin. His face grew serious, and his eyes widened in shock. We've been targeted. Steam filled the bathroom. Wrapped in a bath towel, Sishian was drying her hair with another. She glanced over at her jade amulet, which was flashing an alarm, too. Her voice grew tense. This is bad. Zhang Ping is in danger. Magic flared from Zhang Ping's body as he warily scanned his surroundings. It's been so long, he thought. Why hasn't Sister Cece arrived yet? It feels like those 2 Tianchang foxes are losing their patience. They could barge in at any moment. Seeing his strange behavior, Sei asked, What's wrong? Are you okay? He didn't answer, deeply lost in thought. These 2 are mid-tier Tianchang foxes. Even with Sister Sei here, we don't stand a chance. Once he snapped back to reality, a grin spread across his face as he dodged SE's question. Oh, right, Sister Sei. You just got back, so you haven't seen Uncle Liu yet, have you? Why don't you head upstairs and catch up with him? I'll go buy some groceries and cook dinner for the 2 of you. Sei didn't suspect a thing. She patted his shoulder and said, All right, hurry back up. It's been forever since I last ate your cooking. Oh, and take the wind gem with you. He forced a smile. No, I couldn't possibly. Zhang Ping turned to watch Sei's retreating back. He thought to himself, okay, I need to take Wang Jimin and get out of here right now. To avoid dragging Sister Sei and Uncle Lu into this. She waved at him. Don't keep me waiting too long. In the backyard of the blacksmith shop, Jimin was still practicing diligently. When she saw him, she asked, Zhang Ping, look, are my movements correct? Without answering her question, Zhang Ping firmly grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Keep quiet. I'm taking you out of here. Jimin was confused. What's going on? Suddenly, two mutated beasts appeared blocking their path. They growled, and where do you two think you're going? He thought, we're doomed. Still unaware of the danger, she smiled happily. Mom, Dad, what are you two doing here? He held her back, preventing her from getting close to them. Don't go over there. Jimin gently touched his arm, whispering, Zhang Ping, they're my parents. It's okay. At that moment, a system information panel popped up. Mutated beast, Tianchang fox species, mutated fox. It can manipulate the perception of target organisms, forcing them to overlook anomalies. A growth rate 1-star level 16 talent, cognitive distortion, can manipulate the perception of target organisms, and forcing them to overlook anomalies. Jimin's father frowned and asked, Min, who is that next to you? Why does he look so afraid of us? She answered awkwardly. He's a friend from my martial arts gym. Suddenly, a magic circle surrounded Zhang Ping, startling him. But when he recognized it, he was overjoyed. The dark room. This is perfect. Jimin looked at him in confusion. Huh? What is this? He pulled her into the magic circle. One of the beasts roared, This is bad! They're getting away. She cried out, Mom, Dad. He held her back, warning her, Ignore them. Zhang Ping pulled her into a tight hug and whispered, Hold on to me tightly. The two mutated beasts pounced at them with their razor-sharp claws. Gritting his teeth, he thought, Damn it, they're catching up. Their claws slashed right across his back. Zhang Ping screamed in agony. Jimin panicked and cried out, Zhang Ping! Smoke engulfed Zhang Ping and the two beasts. Jimin, sitting on the ground, stared anxiously at his wound. Zhang Ping, are you okay? He collapsed to one knee, clutching his dagger. I'll live. Jimin stared at the two figures in front of her in utter disbelief. She screamed, Dad. Why? Zhang Ping warned her once again. Don't go near them. They're mutated beasts. Realizing they could no longer hide their identities, they sneered mockingly. Well, look at that. You actually saw through our disguise. That aberrant beast roared loudly, and then both of them charged straight at him. In that case, I definitely can't leave you here. Its claws grazed past Bin. He raised his knife to block, thinking, Too fast, I can't dodge this at all. Is this the gap between our ranks? The other aberrant beast approached Jimin, its voice dripping with temptation. Min, mommy's good girl. Bin panicked, thinking, Oh no, the other one is heading for Wang Jimin. She seemed completely mesmerized, taking step after step toward it. Mom! He gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into his knife. Damn it, I'm at my limit too. Suddenly, Sixian appeared, shouting, Zhang Ping, get out of the way! Bin cried, Sister Sixian! Sixian used her magic to leap forward while Jimin tried to block her, screaming, No, don't! Sheets of ice created by Sixian materialized as she dashed with blinding speed, striking both of the aberrant beasts. Once she was finished, she deactivated her magic and asked, Are you two all right? Jimin screamed, No! She couldn't believe her eyes, her voice trembling. Why did you kill my parents? Bin tried to explain to her, Wang Jimin, they weren't your parents. They were just Tianchang foxes disguised as them. Jimin covered her ears, tears welling in her eyes as she shrieked, That's impossible. You're lying to me. They were clearly my parents. Bin looked at Sixian in confusion. Sister Sixian, why didn't the Tianchang foxes revert to their true forms? Jimin collapsed against him, sobbing, You lied to me. Hearing his question, Sixian calmly replied, There might be a king-tier Tianchang fox in the city boosting the illusion abilities of their entire community. Because of that, even low-tier foxes can hide from high-level awakeners. As for the ones we killed before they were outside the city, which is why they reverted to their true forms. Bin glanced at the two beasts on the ground. A thought struck him. If that's the case, he walked over to the beasts. He reached down to peel off its mask, a sudden realization hitting him. Only I can strip away their disguises. Holding the mask in his hand, he spoke softly. Wang Jiemin, these two aberrant beasts killed your parents and took their places. Jamin recalled a memory of her family, her father reaching out to gently pat her head. He continued, shattering that warm memory in her mind. The sight of the dead beast on the ground slammed back into her reality. This was the brutal truth. Tears streaming down her face, Jimin murmured, still unable to accept reality. How could this happen? Meanwhile, Shu Yu sat on her royal throne, her voice dripping with displeasure. Within just 1 week, 9 of our kind have been killed. She crossed her legs, resting her chin on her hand. It seems humans have found a way to break our illusions. An aberrant beast crossed its arms, speaking arrogantly. Your Highness, why don't we just kill all the humans and take over this city directly? Another beast chimed in, scoffing. And what are we supposed to eat after that grass? Shi Yu roared, silencing them instantly. She glared at the beasts below, speaking coldly. Fools! Killing all the humans is completely unrealistic. Not to mention it's a massive waste of food. Our urgent priority right now is to lure those pests out of the shadows and eliminate them one by one. Shi Yu glanced over at Jiming, who stood beside her. She asked, I wonder if our deputy city lord has a strategy. He bowed respectfully, Your Highness. Perhaps we can lure other races into Mingzhou City to muddy the waters, then focus on eliminating humanity's strongest experts. She questioned him. How can you be so sure they're still in the city? He clenched his fist, his brow furrowing. Aside from the Patrol Division and the Investigation Division, there's a third major organization. Back when the former city lord was gravely wounded by the king and fled, I suspected he was hiding within that very organization. I know him well. He won't leave the city. He's definitely waiting for us to slip up. The other aberrant beast agreed with Jeming's suggestion. Your Highness, I think bringing other races into the city is a fantastic idea. Yes, absolutely. Another one agreed. Perfect. I was looking to try some new flavors anyway. Shi Yu stood up and stepped down, her face shifting into that of an aberrant beast as she agreed with Jeming's plan. But right now, the king is still in a deep sleep. She cast a chilling, threatening glare at Jeming. Even though you are helping my clan, if you dare make even the slightest suspicious move, I will personally put you down. Shi Yu walked away, her voice echoing behind her. I hope you know your place, Huang Jeming. Jeming trembled from head to toe. He fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly. This servant wouldn't dare. I have dedicated my entire life to Mingzhou City. It is a shame our former city lord was so useless, leaving Mingzhou City stagnant for so long. I only hope Mingzhou City. Contrary to his terrified appearance, a scheming look crossed his face. Can finally be ruled by the strong. Meanwhile, back with Jimin, her entire body trembled as if all her strength had been drained. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, Mom, Dad. Jimin wept uncontrollably, blaming herself. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. If only I had realized sooner. Sixian looked on her face completely expressionless. Even if you had found out sooner, what could you have actually done about it? Feeling that her words were a bit too harsh, Bin cut in. Please stop, Sister Sixian. Suddenly, Jimin screamed, Enough! Jimin wept, crying out, At the end of the day, it's all my fault. It's because I'm too weak. Someone like me can't even master the simplest fist techniques. Why did this have to happen to my parents? Bin looked at her silently as she spiraled into despair. Why couldn't it have been me instead? He sat down and pulled Jimin into a tight embrace, catching her by surprise. Holding her tight to comfort her, Bin whispered in her ear, Listen to me. This is not your fault. Sixian turned her back to them as he continued softly, You and I are the same. There was someone incredibly important to me too, but they were killed by a Tian Chang Fox from the Patrol Division. I can't help but think, if only I had stopped them from joining the Patrol Division that day, maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this. Jimin lay still in Bin's arms, quietly listening to him. But deep down, I know that even if I could go back in time, the outcome wouldn't have changed. Joining the Patrol Division was her dream. No one could have stopped her. I went on, No one can change destiny, so your family being killed wasn't your fault, but you can still change the future. You can grow stronger to protect the other important people in your life. He looked at Jimin, his voice filled with encouragement. I believe that your parents looking down from heaven will surely be happy for you. As soon as he finished speaking, her tears came pouring down. Thank you, Zhang Ping. He then thought of those mutated beasts and spoke up. As for the monsters inside the city, he spoke up again with absolute confidence, trust me, I will definitely destroy every single one of them. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood right onto Jiamin's face. Shocked, she cried out, What, Zhang Ping, Zhang Ping? Sixian spun around in shock, calling out in a panic, Zhang Ping, Zhang Ping! She couldn't believe her eyes. Was he really this severely injured? The thought flashed through his mind just before he passed out. He had forced his body to hold on, but he didn't expect to only last for such a short time. After that fainting spell, Zhang Ping slowly came to. Through his blurry vision, he saw Jiamin and Sixian. Sixian gave a gentle smile, while Jiamin said excitedly, That's wonderful, he's finally awake. Zhang Ping sat up abruptly, putting a hand to his head, his voice dry and raspy. How long was I asleep? Don't move, Sixian quickly warned. Be careful or your wounds will open up again. Jiamin gently grabbed his arm. With a look of sheer determination, she said, Zhang Ping, I've made up my mind. I want to become stronger, Jiamin declared confidently, holding up 2 fingers in front of him filled with resolve. And then I'll join everyone to wipe out the Tianchang foxes. He smiled. I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Sixian crossed her arms and looked at Jiamin with a serious expression. Miss Wang, your home is no longer safe. I suggest you stay here for now. If the 2 of you stay together, I can keep you both safe. Just then, that eerie, familiar voice echoed in his head once more. The king is still in a deep sleep. Confirm Huang Zhiming's location. The voice continued. This subordinate does not dare to. Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing who the voice belonged to. This voice? It was Luo Xiu's. Zhang Ping urgently told Sixian what he had heard. Sister Cece, I have intel regarding the Tianchang foxes. Shocked, she asked, What did you say? A moment later, after telling Sixian the entire conversation, he added, Huang Zhiming. He is the deputy city lord of Mingzhu City. She stood with both hands on her hips. Her voice remained calm. He appeared in the Tianchang fox's conversation and even referred to himself as a subordinate. This suggests he has likely turned traitor. As for their king, who can cast a collective illusion and mask themselves from top-tier awakened, they must be a king-tier beast among the Tianchang foxes. Zhang Ping sat on the bed, listening intently to Sixian's analysis. If their king is in a deep sleep, then this is our best chance to counterattack. Zhang Ping, we need your help to identify the Tianchang foxes. He quickly replied, No problem. Meanwhile, Uncle Liu took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke. I'm hungry. Tai, standing opposite to him, calmly said, Just wait a little longer. Zhang Ping should be back with the food soon. At the cleanup squad headquarters, Manny stretched to shake off her exhaustion. She complained, First they told me to activate Chamber 7, and now they want to open the sky canopy. Luowei glanced at her. Manny half-closed one eye and said lazily, Cece really knows how to boss people around. The door swung open. Jieji looked at Manny and, seeing she wasn't drinking coffee to stay awake, asked, Manny, aren't you going to have some coffee? This is probably going to take a long time. Manny confidently pointed a thumb at herself. No need, I just had some. Jieji stepped onto the lines of the magic circle. Then let's begin. She stood with both arms outstretched and began reciting the incantation. Solar charge? Completed. Jieji, Manny, and Luowei stood at the 3 nodes of the circle. A dark light surged in the center of the circle. Manny called out, Black curtain completed. Next, Luowei shouted, Optical illusion completed. The entire city was enveloped by that invisible light. The phantom light canopy activated, blanketing the entire city. A swirl of thoughts filled Zhang Ping's mind. After working together for a while, the cleanup squad finally agreed to reveal some information to me. The cleanup squad is the most secret organization in Mingzhu City. Their purpose is to step up when Pearl City faces a catastrophe, cleansing all the filth within it. He continued to ponder about the cleanup squad, imagining each member. They are the ultimate trump card of Mingzhu City. The cleanup squad frequently conducts covert operations, and the team that supports their missions is a uniquely structured unit, the barrier team. Zhang Ping recalled what Sixian had told him about the members' abilities. According to Sister Cece, the barrier team has 3 main members. The leader, Mani, possesses the black curtain ability. That darkroom space I entered several times before was created by her own hands. He reflected on each person's ability. Jujaya's ability is solar charge. By absorbing light, she provides energy to maintain her teammates' combat effectiveness. Isn't she basically a walking power bank? Then he thought of the last member, Chen Luowei. Chen Luowei's ability is optical illusion. She achieves invisibility by altering the colors of light and shadows on the surface of objects. A combined magical layer created by the three of them, Mani Jiajie and Luowei, forms a barrier surrounding the city. Together, the three of them can activate the Phantom Light Canopy. It can drag any creature of King Tier and below within the canopy into the darkroom space. The inner world can be manipulated at will to deceive their opponents. It is the strongest card of the barrier team. If the Tianchang Foxes use cognitive distortion to kill silently, then we will give them a taste of their own medicine. Yue Yi and Yue Er looked around as they walked through the bustling city. Yue Yi spoke up. Yue Er, why don't we just pick a few people from here and take them back? There is some kind of magic lurking behind the two of them, but neither of them notices it. Yue Er cautions, be on guard. It hasn't been very safe in the city lately, so we should be careful. Yue Yi taunts, what's scared already? Yue Yi glances at Yue Er. He feels like something is off, as if sensing an invisible source of magic. She speaks up, Yue Yi, do you feel like something is wrong? Yue Yi immediately dismisses her suspicion. Nothing is out of the ordinary. I think you are just being way too paranoid. His eyes turn cold and sharp. He notices that all the passers-by around the two of them have completely vanished. Yue Yi asks in confusion, where did everyone go? High above, a figure clenches his hand into a fist, rapidly closing in on Yue Yi and Yue Er. Ba plunges toward the ground, his immense magical power surging the moment he lands. A massive wave of magic flares up. As the smoke slowly clears, Ba emerges from within, speaking in a haughty voice. What a shame. I couldn't kill the two of you with a single punch. Yue Yi roars, damn it, you are the one who has been killing our kind in Minchao City lately. He takes an offensive stance, a smug smirk on his face as he speaks arrogantly. You actually dare to launch a blatant attack on us? Aren't you afraid we will call for reinforcements? Ba sneers, speaking with clear contempt. Why don't you go ahead and try? His body crackles with golden lightning. Ba thinks back to the information Zhang Ping provided. Based on Zhang Ping's intel, these two are around level 25. I should be able to handle them. After all, he is Jinba level 32. The two mutated beasts rush toward Ba. Yue Yi roars in anger. Arrogant fool! He grabs Ba's arm while Ba's other hand swings a fist upward, but he has vanished. Yue Er lunges from behind, screaming, you little snack! Ba looks at his hand being held tightly by her, feeling a brief moment of panic. I clearly blocked it. Yue Er and Yue Yi unleash their moves and pounce, forcing Ba to take a step back. Yue Yi sneers, is this all you've got? Yue Yi looks down arrogantly at the struggling Ba. That's it, I seriously don't get how the others got killed by someone like you. Suddenly, Ba throws a fist straight into his face. Catching him completely off guard, the blow sends Yue Yi flying. Ba says, well, now you know. Yue Er cries out in panic, Yue Yi! Losing her cool. Yue Er raises her arm high. Behind her, a mutated beast appears as she snarls, you bastard, I'm going to take your life. Ba seems to realize something. So that's how it is. He grabs the beast's arm instead of hers, taking her by surprise. Ba calmly says, even though I can't see it, I've got a pretty clear picture of your form now, you bastards. Ba squeezes the mutated beast's arm, making it shriek in pain. Ignoring its cries, he applies even more pressure, adding, this kind of ability is indeed very strong for sneak attacks. But in a direct clash, it's absolutely pathetic. Just then, Yue Yi rushes forward. Yue Er screams, Yue Yi, save me! Ba glances at Yue Yi, his lips mouthing, hello. He hurls Yue Er right at Yue Yi. Down you go! Ba leaps up again, kicking Yue Er squarely. She lets out another agonizing shriek. To finish them off, he builds momentum and stomps down hard on the two mutated beasts. Goodbye. With that, the mutated beast takes a heavy kick and is knocked out. Ba looks at Yue Yi and Yue Er, lying sprawled on the ground. She struggles to speak. Why? Why can't I feel our kind? He seems to have realized what happened and replies, We have been set up. Not giving them a chance to say another word, Ba channels all his strength into his arm and strikes them again. The two mutated beasts scream in agony. Curse you! Ba says one last time, goodbye. Looking at the chaotic scene below, Ping marvels, so strong. Sixian's face remains expressionless, but her voice is filled with pride. After all, Jinba is the captain of our combat division. Ping crosses his arms, imagining Ba's combat appearance, and chuckles. But that look. It is really hard not to think of a Saiyan. She asks in confusion. What is that? Something from the outside world. Just then, Shibai's voice crackles through Sixian's earpiece. Liu Sixian. This is Shibai. Mutated beasts outside the city have started gathering and causing trouble for no clear reason. If they breach the city right now, I'm afraid it will place too much of a burden on the Phantom Light Canopy. Go outside the city and investigate the situation. She hesitates slightly, but the voice on the other end continues. If you are worried about Zhang Ping, take him with you. It will be a good opportunity to train his combat skills. Sixian acknowledges the order, understood. She listens intently to Shibai's instructions. We've already documented the Tianchang fox he pointed out earlier. I'll arrange for a combat division to handle it. She replies, understood. Ping suddenly thinks to himself, earlier Sister Sha ran into a pack of storm wolves gathering together. Could that be related to this as well? She starts walking and calls back, Let's go, Zhang Ping. Follow me out of the city. I'll arrange for someone to protect the forge. He asks her about the person who just spoke. Who was that big shot just now? Sixian answers calmly and without rush. That was our leader. Once the mission is over, you'll get to meet him. Ping agrees. Sure. A basic knowledge guide pop-up shows beginner level is from level 1 to level 10. Currently, Zhang Ping is at level 4. Intermediate level is from level 11 to level 20, which is the level range of most Tianchang foxes. High level is level 21 to 30. Liu Sixian is level 28. A few elite Tianchang foxes are also high level. Peak level is from level 31 to level 40. The human limit is level 40. Jinba is level 32. Master level is level 40 and above. Mutated beasts have no level limits, and the Tianchang fox tribe even has king-class entities. The scene shifts to a distant forest. Sixian and Ping walk into the woods together. Ping glances back at her thinking, I've grown so big. But this is still my first time leaving the city. Are these all plants? He is about to step forward to examine some red grass ahead. Just as he is about to step down, Sixian pulls him back from behind. Don't go over there. Ping looks at her in confusion. Suddenly, a flash of light shoots out from the patch of plants. A green jade-like seed is fired high into the air, creating a massive explosion. The green substance that sprayed out looks just like acid. Ping hastily steps back. According to Sixian, those plants are known as acid grass. They contain highly corrosive acid. She explains that when those green droplets hit the ground, they sizzle and evaporate intensely. Right now is the season when their fruit ripens, and once ripe, they explode like fireworks. Behind Sixian, another patch of grass begins to rustle and twitch. Acid grass uses this method to sow its seeds, so we must be extremely careful. Furthermore, there are even mutated beasts that feed on this acid grass. She turned and pointed at a white dog-like creature with a bit of a mouse-like face. That's your first opponent. I need to go investigate the mutated beast riot. Stay here and don't wander off too far. Bin turned to look at the creature, assessing it. His system popped up with its full details. Mutated beast acid bullet rabbit. Race mutated rabbit. Potential 3 stars. Class, low-level mutated beast. Level 9. Talent can shoot highly corrosive liquid from the sweat glands in its ears. Bin drew his knife and channeled fire into it. This rabbit actually looks pretty harmless, but its level is even higher than the poison-tailed rat. Before it can notice him, Bin hurls his dagger at the beast with a shout, aiming for a preemptive strike. But this thing is no pushover. The monster easily dodges to the side. Bin cuts it off, raising a flaming fist and lunging forward. But the mutated rabbit is quick on its feet. It spits acid right from its paws, caught off guard. Bin raises his arm to block. How did it shoot that far? Suddenly, a patch of acid grass ahead fires small acid pods all at once, forcing him onto the defensive. Oh, this is bad. The acid grass has been totally triggered. Acid pods shoot into the air, bursting like a wild display of fireworks. Bin frantically dodges the falling acid as his mind automatically analyzes the situation. Nimbly dodging each falling drop of acid, he breaks down the mutated rabbit's traits. 1. Its senses are incredibly sharp and its reactions are too quick. My sneak attack failed. 2. It has long-range attacks and is immune to acid. Ben stands opposite the rabbit, staring it down. 3. It's incredibly cunning. It uses acid first to keep me from getting close, and then it intentionally lured me to the mature acid pods. He can't help but marvel at how quick and sly this thing is. It's not going to be easy. But looking at the hand he used to block the acid earlier, Ben frowns in confusion. Wait, why didn't the acid corrode me? I definitely blocked that rabbit's acid bullet with my bare hand. Curious, he recreates his previous move, making his hand burst into flames again. Is it because of the fire? Meanwhile, the mutated rabbit fires another barrage of acid at him. Eat my acid. Ben waves his hand, sending a wave of fire that completely neutralizes the incoming acid. The intense flame pierces straight through the streams of acid. Holding his knife in one hand and channeling fire in the other, Ben readies himself for battle. Just as I thought, this acid is weak against fire. It vaporizes instantly. No wonder Tutu was so relaxed about letting me fight an opponent of a higher level. Seeing Ben completely unscathed, the beast glares at him with furious red eyes. Damn it! You wasted all of my acid! It lunges straight at him. Why won't you dissolve? Unable to dodge in time, Ben holds up his hands to block. Feeling that familiar impact, he thinks, does this little monster have 2 stages to its attacks too? The rabbit attacks wildly from all sides. Looking down at his stinging wounds, Ben's face darkens. Its claw attacks have a corrosive effect too. You bastard! The rabbit grits its teeth, glaring back after Ben slashes its back. So you realized long-range attacks are useless and decided to fight me head-on, huh? Ben's expression turns dead serious as intense flames erupt around him. True fire user flame shroud. If I don't want to get corroded, I have to cover my entire body in fire. True fire user flame reserve 43 out of 100. He glares straight ahead. But doing this drains my energy fast. I have to end this quickly. He bolts forward, leaving a long trail of fire behind him to trap the beast in a ring of flames. Hey, little bunny. You aren't the only one who knows how to set a trap. Moving rhythmically, he lands strike after strike. With flames surrounding them, Ben dashes straight at the beast with his knife. Nowhere left to run is there. A blazing ring of fire traps them both. Take this. True fire user flame reserve 3 out of 100. Ben slashes down, unleashing a massive wave of fire. It dodged that. At that exact moment, his flame reserves empty out completely. True fire user flame reserve 0 out of 100. Ben smirks as he watches the direction it flees. Well, that works out perfectly for me. The ring of fire slowly begins to close in. Ben immediately activates True Fire User Flame Absorption. True Fire User Flame Reserve 4 out of 100. True Fire User Flame Reserve 9 out of 100. True Fire. User Flame Reserve 13 out of 100. He glares forward with a menacing look. Let's see you try to escape this. Trapped in midair, the mutated rabbit screams in agony as the flames engulf it. Ben looks at the aftermath and sighs. Man, that was exhausting. My stats didn't go up. That rabbit must still be alive. Better finish it off. He quickly moves in to deliver the final blows. The system pops up a notification. All stats increased by 2. Current stats. Stamina, 20. Mental power. Infinite energy, 19. Agility, 23. The average human baseline is 10. Ben happily collects his spoils. Not bad for a level 9 beast. Killing just one bumped up all my stats by 2 points. Too bad my actual level didn't go up. The higher you get, the harder it is to level up. In this world, training and slaying monsters to gain experience often only boosts your stats. Without raising your overall level, it's incredibly common. The system continues to award him. Flame absorption. Total energy acquired 1,000 low-level True Fire user has been promoted to mid-level True Fire user. Flame capacity increased to 300. Truong Bin stares in surprise at the unexpected windfall. My True Fire user rank upgraded too. That's a pretty huge haul. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a swarm of mutated rabbits emerges from the darkness, heading straight for him. Oh, I am so dead. Truong Bin can't help but mutter, I'm screwed, out loud. He checks his remaining flame reserve. True Fire user flame reserve 2 out of 300. Yep, definitely dead. That last attack completely drained everything I had. More and more monsters swarm out of their nest, leaving him frozen. There are just too many of them. And the pack leader is twice the size of the others, sporting razor-sharp teeth. Its bulging muscles radiate a terrifying, threatening pressure. Bin reaches into his coat, suddenly remembering something. Oh, right. This tiny bit of reserve should be enough to activate the jade pendant. The mutated rabbits charge all at once, lunging straight at him, clutching the jade bin bolts. Of all the 36 strategies running is definitely the best. As he flees, he holds up the jade, screaming for backup. Sister Tutu, save me! But before help can arrive, several more rabbits block his path ahead. Behind him, the rest of the pack is closing in like hungry predators. Bin's heart sinks. You've got to be kidding me. They even know how to pull off a pincer attack. Surrounded on all sides, the beasts form a tight circle around him. This is a real mess. A barrage of acid rains down right where he's standing. Terrified, Bin ducks and covers his head. I'll have to use my clothes to shield against this first wave. Suddenly, a wall of ice shot up, blocking the incoming acid. Bewildered, Bin turned around to look, wondering who this familiar water element belonged to. He saw Tuthien heading right towards him. It really was Sister Tutu. While recalling her power, she ordered him to get back. As Tuthien unleashed her power, she muttered, "Have the bullet rabbits gone wild as well?" A massive, towering wave rose in front of the rabbit beasts, sweeping the entire herd away. The mutated rabbits panicked. Unable to swim, they could only let themselves be carried away by the rushing water. A moment later, they were all frozen solid. Seeing this, Bin couldn't help but marvel. With just a flick of her finger, she had instantly turned the raging wave into a massive block of ice, a whole mountain of mutated beasts. Just dealing with one of them earlier took everything I had. Tuthien turned to him and asked, "I was only gone for a short while. How did so many suddenly appear?" Bin replied in confusion. I have no idea, sister." Hearing this, she looked around to assess the situation. It's not over yet. Then Tuthien drew her ice sword, ready to fight. To her, it didn't matter how many of them came. Several small monsters broke free and rushed toward the block of ice. They aren't attacking us. It's because of that leader. But wait. Shouldn't it be dead by now? With her sword at the ready, Tuthien completely ignored everything else. The rabbit beasts snarled with vicious looks on their faces, but taking advantage of the moment they were distracted, Tuthien slashed fiercely, slaying them one by one. As she fought, she muttered, "If that's how it is, then I won't hold back." She then targeted the mutated rabbit by the ice block, the very last one. She reasoned, the leader of this herd is frozen in the ice. If I'm not mistaken, the answer lies within the body of their leader. Tuthien placed her hand on the ice. With a gentle touch, the ice shattered into pieces. Tuthien knelt down to search through the icy shards. Found it! She picked up a green orb. It really was a soul-luring pill. Bin stepped forward in curiosity and asked, "A soul-luring pill? What is that? It smells so good." Tuthien examined the gem and replied, "This is a tool made by a certain organization to control mutated beasts." An image flashed from the gem showing a person and a beast. She immediately recognized them, the beast-taming Chu family. So they've finally made their move as expected. I've heard that the soul-luring pill emits a special scent that only low-level mutated beasts can detect. A pack of mutated rabbits had gathered around the soul-luring pill without them noticing. She warned, "The scent will lure mutated beasts into eating it. It's different from your contract gem." The leader of the mutated rabbits was also freed from the ice. Burning with a desire for revenge, it lunged forward. She continued, "Once a mutated beast eats a soul-luring pill, it loses its mind and is forcibly tamed. But how the Chu family actually controls these tamed mutated as beasts is something we still don't know." Tuthien clenched her fist, crushing the green gem. "This thing won't be digested. If left alone, more mutated beasts will inevitably fall under their control." Tuthien clearly had no love for these beads. She tossed the fragments aside. "Anyway, the mutated beast outbreak is likely linked to these soul-luring pills. I'll report this to headquarters." She instructed, "As for whether the Chu family is behind this, until the investigation clears things up, you just focus on training with me outside the city." Bin stood at attention, gave a quick salute, and said, "Understood." But they had let their guard down, failing to notice someone lurking behind a tree. Just then, Tuthien suddenly sensed something. Without a word, she unleashed a strike straight toward the forest, effortlessly slicing through a tree trunk. This left Bin, who was standing right next to her, utterly dumbfounded. "What's wrong? Why so sudden?" A snowflake drifted onto a dry branch. Gathering energy in her palm, Tuthien replied, "It's nothing." She thought to herself, was it just my imagination? A week later, the scene shifted to a certain castle. A subordinate bowed and reported, "Your Highness, all the Tianchang foxes living in Shangren Street have been summoned here." Sitting on her throne, Shu Yu gave a soft hum. Outside, the night scene of the city loomed dark and windy, with an eerie silence. She pressed her hand to her temple, deep in thought. The mutated beast outbreaks are getting more frequent. Is Huang Zemming behind this? Shi Yu stood up from her throne and stepped down. "I can't completely rely on him. It's time I make my move too." Radiating a dark red aura, she ordered her subordinates, "I'm sure you all know that humans have recently found a way to break our mind control. This has caused heavy casualties to our kind. Over the past week, I discovered that our slaughtered kin were mostly concentrated around Jiangren Street. Since you all live near Jiangren Street, you will likely be targeted next. I want you to stir up some trouble together, making the enemy think you've caught on to some clues." I was eager for revenge, hoping to force their hand early. However, the beasts below seemed a bit hesitant about this plan. Her eyes brimming with bloodlust, Shiyu stared at her hideous ash-gray claws and muttered, "I'd like to see who exactly our opponent is." The subordinates cheered loudly in a forest somewhere. The moonlight bathed the clearing, making it look incredibly poetic. A few mutated rabbits were grazing when suddenly Bin swooped down from high above, aiming straight for the one eating grass. He set it ablaze. His Nightwalker buff had just expired, and seeing their friend killed, the other mutated rabbits went wild with rage, hopping around frantically. His eyes blazed like fire. After a week of farming rabbits, he had finally reached level 6. They spat endless poison at him, but he had already completely mastered their weaknesses and attack patterns. Suddenly, a ring of fire flared up, and Bin, who was right in the middle, vanished. He leaped high into the air, chasing down one of those rabbit demons. First, he neutralized their ranged attacks to anger them. Once enraged, they would secrete acid to cover their entire bodies and close in for a brawl. Bin agilely used his fire to take them down one by one. Their acid was flammable, but the burn time was too short to be lethal. He balanced close-range and long-range attacks perfectly. If only he could use the scales of the scarlet chain snake as fuel. Seeing things turn south, the mutated rabbits tucked their tails and fled. Bin unleashed his power, summoning a massive pillar of fire that erupted high into the air around him. I'll call it true fire. Wait, 3 samadhi flames. Nah, forget it. Bin proudly stepped out of the flames while the monsters shrieked in agony as they burned. He smiled, glancing back at his spoils, all the snake scales he had gathered recently. He had used them all up this time. Looking at the charred bodies of the mutated rabbits falling to the ground one by one, he knew that wiping out so many monsters at once should definitely let him level up. Appraisal. Bin happily checked his status window. His stats had soared since he got here. Sure enough, he had leveled up, reaching level 7. All attributes increased by 1. For defeating higher-level enemies from the outside, all base attributes received a bonus of 1. Current stats. Stamina, 24, mental power, infinite. Strength, 25, agility, 29. The average for a normal person is 10. Covenant gem level +1 increasing to level 5, which will activate once he hits level 5. He paused. Wait, the Covenant gem leveled up too. Bin excitedly pulled out the gem. He used to think the gem's level was tied directly to his own, but even after he went up 2 levels to level 6, the gem's level stayed at 4. This time it turned blue. Lost in thought, Bin didn't notice the dark mist gathering behind him. Is it because the Covenant gem is just harder to level up? I wonder what ability I'll awaken this time. Hopefully a combat-focused one. Suddenly, the rabbit's corpse opened its eyes, radiating a sinister black mist. Sensing something off, Bin turned around. His eyes widened as the rabbit slowly stood back up. It wasn't dead yet. He smirked confidently. It didn't matter how many times it got up, the result would be the same. I'm not the same as before. He unleashed his true fire, the flames swirling around him as they clashed head-on without hesitation. He was still completely confident as he closed in, but the next second, Bin froze. He quickly spun his sword, gripping it tightly, and charged straight in for a frontal strike, thrusting his blade at the dark shadow. To his shock, the blade passed right through the shadow without leaving a single scratch. Now it was the shadow rabbit's turn to counter. It puffed up its body and fired a beam of dark energy right at him. Bin's mind raced with confusion. What on earth is this? Did I kill so many rabbits that they formed a vengeful spirit? He tried again. Spirit or ghost, it didn't matter. With a lightning-fast strike, he slashed straight through the shadow's host. Drop dead. The possessed rabbit went stiff and fell to the ground, returning to normal. Bin stared at the corpse, wondering when bullet rabbits ever had this kind of skill. He searched the rabbit. Could it have been controlled by a soul-luring ring, too? He pulled a purplish object out from its body. There really was something inside it, but it didn't look like a soul-luring ring. Bin activated his appraisal skill. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. He stubbornly kept trying, but the result was always the same. Appraisal failed. It's been a long time since I ran into something this hard to appraise. Appraisal failed. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Dark mist essence. Quality mysterious. The essence power stored within the testicle of the dark mist black goat. Consuming it will trigger unexpected events. Unbelievable. Wait, I still have that goat's treasure right here. Appraisal. He lit a campfire nearby. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Finally, after endless attempts, he succeeded. Appraisal successful. Dark mist essence. Quality mysterious. The essence energy stored in the testicle of the dark mist black goat. Upon consumption, unexpected things will happen. Along with the system audio, a projection replayed a battle. A goat-like monster surrounded by dark energy stood against a herd of normal beasts. They clashed head-on 1 against 100. Every beast unleashed its full strength. The dark goat fought back fiercely while the beast horde was led by a charging wild boar and a sharp-clawed bird hovering above. Suddenly, as the boar rushed to attack, the goat turned into a dark mist and passed right through it before immediately striking its exposed flank. The lead boar was taken down in a single strike. As it lay dead, the goat's dark mist slowly seeped into the carcass. Black spikes erupted from within, piercing through its body. It was a gruesome sight. Watching this, Truong Bin wondered, did they just take each other down? As the dark mist fully dispersed, only the bare bones of the goat remained. Suddenly, the gem in his hand began to glow. Truong Bin thought to himself, I have a gut feeling this bead is a lot like the wind gem, a rare item. As he held the dark mist core in his hand, he witnessed the scenes it conjured up. But how do I activate this gem? Just touching it does nothing. It's not like my last awakening. Don't tell me. I really have to swallow this thing. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he stared at the creepy object in front of him. The thing is, this came out of that black goat. It was honestly sickening. But then Truong Bin recalled his past battles. He was always powerless, mocked, and defeated. You're weaker than an ant. Do I even have the right to be picky right now? The more he thought, the more grim he became. Gritting his teeth, he took a gamble, closed his eyes tight, and swallowed the dark mist core. Suddenly, his eyes flared red. Clutching his head, he screamed in agony as a dark, ominous aura erupted all around him. Clutching his head, he collapsed to the ground, enduring the agonizing pain. Suddenly, memories of his childhood friend flashed before his eyes. He remembered the moment Tin Jiao was dragged away by those monsters. Truong Bin promised me, no matter what happens, no matter how hard it gets. With tears streaming down her face, she forced a smile, putting all her hope in him. You must survive. Struggling in agony, he forced himself to stand. Tin Jiao, don't worry. Before I slaughter every last one of those foxes, I absolutely will not die. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Appraisal successful. Attribute panel summoner Truong Bin. Owner Truong Bin. Race human. Class novice awakened. Level 7. Growth potential 6 stars. Stamina 26. Energy 25. Novice ability, you can convert the fear of living creatures into mist and manipulate it. Mist reserve 20 out of 100. Every time you consume 1 point of mist reserve, the mist clone will gain 10% of your attack power and 10% of your defense. At your current level, it can be boosted up to 1,000%. Staring at his new power, he muttered, This talent is a combat type perfect for both offense and defense, and it seems its power depends on how much mist I consume. Bin checked his status panel again. His growth potential had actually increased by another 3 stars. Is the dark mist body really this powerful? A smile crept onto his face, but tears were streaming down his cheeks. Damn it. Clenching his fist, he slammed it onto the ground. Why am I making a face like this? Sitting by the fire, he couldn't even describe what he was feeling. It was a messy blur of resentment, joy, anxiety, and pain. Who knows? But one thing was certain. Very soon he would avenge Totin Jiao. Suddenly, a group of people approached him from behind. A green-haired man leading them waved, asking out of genuine concern, "Hey, brother, you okay?" But the teammates behind him grumbled, not wanting to get dragged into anything. "Hey, we need to keep moving. Don't look for trouble." "Yeah, exactly. While there are no mutated beasts around, we need to get inside the city walls fast." Ignoring them, the green-haired man still looked at him. "Brother." Bin slowly got to his feet. He stood tall, casting a backward glance. In the pitch-black night, his eyes suddenly flashed. Before he could even finish his sentence or wave to say he was fine, the others dropped their gear in sheer terror and bolted. "A ghost! There's a ghost!" Meanwhile, system notifications started flashing. Mist Reserve 23 out of 100. Mist Reserve 30 out of 100. Mist Reserve 35 out of 100. Staring at the dark energy, Bin was dumbfounded. "Don't tell me. I can actually absorb other people's fear and turn it into mist. This mist, it doesn't even feel like real mist. It doesn't even feel like normal energy." He stared at his hand as it began to warp and shift. "But I can shape this mist however I want." His hand returned to normal and a blade slowly materialized from the shadows. He stared at it. "I just don't know how much damage it can do." Bin gave his wrist a light flick to test its lowest output. In an instant, the massive tree trunk beside him was sliced clean in two. "I only used 1 point of my mist reserve, and it's already this strong." As the giant trunk came crashing down toward him, system alerts popped up. "Mist -1, mist -1. The massive log falling overhead was instantly shredded, raining down around him as a pile of harmless splinters. Interesting. Bin conjured a small shield of mist, highly intrigued by his new ability. It can slice and it can block attacks. This mist is incredibly versatile. He looked down at the shredded wood with a cold, sharp gaze as he dispersed his power. If I play my cards right, this dark mist body will be my ultimate trump card against high-level mutated beasts. First, I'll keep assisting the cleanup crew and quietly focus on growing stronger. Just as he was planning his next move, Tutin rushed up from behind, screaming his name. "Trung Bin!" Using her movement skill, she dashed right past him, frantically looking around. "Did you run into a mist beast?" "Where is it?" Bin thought to himself. "Uh-oh, this familiar nagging is really reminding me of Sis Sack." He scratched his cheek with a silly, innocent smile. "Hey, Sister Tutu. Actually, here's what happened." Her jaw dropped in utter disbelief. "What, you actually ate the dark mist core?" Tutin lost her temper, shouting right in his face. "Trung Bin, do you have some kind of death wish? How dare you just swallow some random unknown object like that? Do you have any idea how close you came to dying?" Huffing in anger, she turned her back on him. Standing behind her, Bin just smiled cheerfully. "Come on, it couldn't be that bad. I used my appraisal skill beforehand. It's fine. If anything really went wrong, I could have just forced myself to throw it right back up." Tutin glared back at him. "And what on earth makes you think you'd be able to just throw it up?" She leaned in close, her voice turning dark and menacing. "Did it ever cross your mind that it might be a parasite?" Bin's face went pale. He nervously clutched his stomach. "Sister Tutu, what do you mean by that?" Frowning, Tutin began to explain. "The mist beast is a creature of completely unknown origin." Her description perfectly matched the vision the dark mist core had shown him. "They don't have a physical body. Usually they host inside other living creatures. That black goat and the bullet rabbit you mentioned, they were likely just puppets of the mist beast after their actual bodies died. It will creep into every single organ of the host, waiting for a new one." Tuthien continued her explanation. "The main point is this mutated fog beast can actually control anyone it infects." Hearing this, Bin's head spun in absolute terror. "Then, doesn't that mean the fog has formed a contract with me?" He frowned, thinking deeply. "Was that intense pain I felt when I consumed the fog essence because it was trying to seize control of my body?" He immediately asked, "If I'm fine now, Ed, does that mean the parasite failed?" In the gloomy forest, Tuthien stood with her arms crossed. "I don't know. You are very special. Maybe there's already a monster living inside you that wiped out the mutated fog beast." Or maybe it's because you have absolute control over your own body, so being parasitized didn't affect you. She laughed out loud, teasingly, scaring him. In short, if I find anything weird about you, then I'll just have to slice you in half. Terrified Bin recoiled in fear. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Out of nowhere, a spider with big shiny eyes dropped down from a tree. Surprised Tu Thien panicked, losing her composure. She drew her ice sword and screamed, "Spider, a spider!" slashing wildly in all directions. Spotting a huge spider, she ran over and clung tightly to Bin. "Quick, get rid of it. Hurry!" He gently patted her head with a smile. "Are you still that terrified of bugs? Just like when we were kids." Bin reminisced about their childhood when the two of them played together. "Sister Tutu, look what I caught." "What is it? Let me see." Bin had brought a bug to show Tu Thien. Terrified, she waved her hands frantically. "Take it away! Get it away from me!" Disappointed, he watched helplessly as the bug flew away. "I just caught that new friend and you chased it away." Tu Thien stood by his side to comfort him. "You dummy, there are so many kids in the orphanage. Any of them could be your friend. Why on earth would you make friends with a bug?" Bin sadly looked down. "But one day they'll all leave the orphanage. What will I do then?" Tu Thien hugged him to comfort him. "Sister Tutu promises you, no matter what happens in the future, I will always be your friend." Back then he was still so innocent. "Really? You can't lie to me?" The two of them were so adorable, locking fingers to make a pinky promise. Back to the present. The setting was exactly the same, but this time the roles of who was hugging whom had reversed. As Bin looked at Tu Thien with nostalgia, she suddenly panicked and pushed him away. "What are you doing hugging me so tight?" Bin was suddenly frozen solid, clueless as to why. Tu Thien turned around, returning to her train of thought. Trong Bin, in the wilderness, any item of unknown origin carries unforeseen dangers. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Though you were lucky enough to escape death this time, you must never let your guard down when facing such items in the future. She tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. "Remember that." He obediently complied. "Yes, ma'am." Bin looked at Tu Thien with warmth and affection. "I always thought that after Sister Tutu joined the cleaners, she had grown cold and wanted to keep her distance from me, but now it seems she hasn't changed at all. She still cares for me just like she used to. She's just not the type to show it, that's all." Suddenly, something red on her body glowed and beeped. Tu Thien pulled it out, her voice tense. "How could this happen?" "Understood, I'm on my way." She turned and hurried away. "My investigation and your training end here. We need to head back to Minchao City right now." Sensing that something was wrong, Bin asked, "Did something happen?" She replied in a rush, "Captain Kim Ba has been gravely injured by a heavenly cicada fox. I must return to the city immediately to back them up." Taken aback, Bin followed Tu Thien. Even he got... Wait, why don't we ask the out-of-city investigation team or get help from other cities? As she walked, she warned him that would only alert the enemy. Besides, the world outside the city walls is extremely complicated. I'll explain it to you on the way. The scene shifts to a modern city crowded with high-rises. On the way, Tutu and I talked about the situation outside the city. No one knows when it started. Mutated beasts began to run rampant. To survive, humans had to build massive walls to protect themselves. Due to transportation being cut off, the city has to rely solely on the investigation team and awakeners to venture out. A map appears. Currently, according to intelligence from the investigation team, the areas containing villages and savages around Minchao City have fewer mutated beasts. But further out across the sea, there are high-level mutated beasts, so for now we can't investigate further. We don't even know if other cities still exist. What lies on the other side of the ocean? The two of them arrived and a guard met them. "How is the situation in the city right now?" The guard reported, "Over the last few days, we've used the Phantom Sky Screen to keep Minchao City completely under control. No heavenly cicada foxes have been detected. Everything was normal until last night." Walking alongside them, he explained, "A pack of mid-tier heavenly cicada foxes emerged in the artisan quarter. We went to engage them. But it was a trap. Their leader was waiting for us. Captain Kim Ba was gravely injured while protecting our retreat. Right now, the captain wants you to temporarily take over Captain Kim Ba's duties. Escort the protection team safely back to Mingzhou City." Tu Thien understood. She said, "I got it." Bin, who was walking behind them listening to the conversation while eating a pastry, finally spoke up. "Need any help?" She looked back and replied, "No need." You should head back to Iron Soul. I'll come find you when I have time. He replied, got it. He silently watched the two of them walk away. I hope Brother Kimba and Sister Tutu will both be safe. Bin stretched his arms and sighed. Well, I can finally relax now. Running around outside these past few days has been exhausting. He wandered around wondering how Wang Jimin's Beast King's fist training was going. Bin stopped by a shop where a customer was browsing and saying, I'll take this one. Right then he froze, sensing something was off. Bin looked over at the two people nearby. Why did everyone stop moving? Suddenly a voice came out of nowhere calling out to him. Hey, brother. Flustered Bin instinctively gasped and shouted, Who's there? The appraisal system kept showing repeated failures. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed 6 times. Appraisal failed 66 times. Finally, the appraisal succeeded, but it didn't reveal much. Appraisal successful. Target is using an identity-concealing talent. Name unknown. Race human. Strength unknown. Growth unknown. Class unknown. Rank unknown. Talent unknown. He gasped in surprise. What's with these stats? The man had white hair and a dangerous aura. Can't see a thing, can you, trying to pry into my abilities? But I must hand it to you, even an awakened with high-level appraisal. Can't use appraisal more than 10 times a day, yet you can use it limitlessly. Breaking into a cold sweat, Bin stared at the man in front of him, forcing his system to perform a forced appraisal. Of course I can use it limitlessly. Wait, how does he know that, old man? What do you want with me? He braced himself for a tough fight. Though this old man looked ordinary, the aura oozing from him made his hair stand on end. He was shivering with fear. This newcomer clearly meant harm. Situbai unleashed his power. Play with me. He smirked, challenging Bin. What's wrong? Aren't you going to make a move? I won't let his provocations get to me. He tried to stay calm. I have no reason to fight you. Situbai questioned. Does one need a reason to get stronger? Bin instantly dashed forward as the old man taunted him. So your talk about avenging Su Jingyao was nothing but empty words. Bin's expression twisted into a glare. Say that again. Suddenly there was a shattering sound and Bin gasped in shock. A space-time rift. Bin panicked, spinning around. No, wait, it's a space-time skill. He teleported behind me. He lunged and threw a punch, but Situbai blocked it effortlessly, mocking him. Your speed still needs work, Bin. Then Bin quickly regained his composure. Is that so? But Bin had already planned his next move behind his back. Sparks flickered in his hand as he launched a surprise attack. True fire form. Blazing swirl. The old man effortlessly conjured a shield to block the strike. There was something very strange about Situbai. Suspecting something, Bin retreated. Something feels wrong. The old man's body had become completely translucent like thin air. With a stern face, he declared, You've been attacking for quite a while. Now it's my turn. A flash of light shot out from behind the figure, and Situbai lunged from behind it to attack Bin. A clone. And this time it's a water element. Bin struggled to dodge. Damn it! Just how many skills does this guy have? He's a total monster. He deployed his mist, but his remaining mist reserve was running low. Mist reserve 18 out of 100. The mist condensed into a protective shield. I have no choice but to try that move. Those ice shards barely scratched the shield. Bin scrambled for a plan. I need to attack first to create an opening. He fired a blast of mist directly at Situbai. Mist reduced by 13. Bin swiftly teleported behind him, seizing the chance to launch a sneak attack using Nightwalker. The old man chuckled in approval. Pretty smart, but too bad your raw strength is still lacking. Shielding his eyes, he tried to look as a blinding light erupted from Situbai, enveloping him in a radiant aura. Bin was blasted backward and slammed onto the ground, unable to move. He even has telekinesis. That's straight up cheating. Situbai looked down at him with approval. Still, for someone at your level to possess such power is truly a rarity. He glanced back, saying, Talk to me. Bin struggled to sit up. I can move again. He stared intently at the man before him. He went to all this trouble just to test me. His strength far surpasses Kimba and Tutu's, and he can even conceal himself, a powerhouse of this caliber. In this city, he could only be the leader of the sweepers. Finally, the two of them formally introduced themselves. He asked respectfully, How should I address you, Elder? Situbai looked slightly suspicious, wondering if he was playing dumb. Names are meant for others to call you. You can call me whatever you like. Do you really not know who this old man is? Bin sat down beside him, dropping the formalities. It seems the sweepers already have all the info on me. But what is Situbai's purpose in meeting me like this? Elder Situ, your reason for coming here today is... He cut Bin off. Zhang Ping, before you try to block the ability. To read other people's minds, you'd better stop thinking so much. Bin's jaw dropped in disbelief. Situbai stared at him quietly. It has been 200 years since Mingzhou City last saw someone with infinite level ability. Tell me, how could I not come see it for myself? Bin gasped in shock. Are you saying I'm infinite level? What even is infinite level? Isn't the highest level of human talent and rank supposed to be peak level? He continued, no matter how strong a superpower is, an awakened can only obtain one in their lifetime. But the infinite level is different. Can it truly break the limit on the number of talents a person can have and keep producing newly awakened ones? Situbai asked seriously, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. There's something I am extremely curious about. I wonder if my infinite tier talent, payback in kind, can replicate your infinite tier contract gem talent. Situbai continued to calmly persuade Zhang Ping, but Zhang Ping still acted indifferent. Of course, I wouldn't ask you to test this for nothing, no matter what the result is. I'll still give you a gift. And besides, I will answer all of your questions. In that case, can I refuse? He placed a box on the table containing a glowing, shimmering item. Of course you can. But why don't you take a look at my gift first? Zhang Ping stared at the bracelet, looking surprised. This bracelet is known as the Golden Treasury. It's a piece of equipment I used frequently in my youth. It stores a storage skill. I'm sure you understand what that implies, right? This was exactly what he needed. Zhang Ping was incredibly excited and immediately changed his mind. Elder C2, you are truly far too generous. A storage space was exactly what he needed right now. Situbai extended his arm, channeling a mysterious power. Give me your hand. Zhang Ping reached out. A flame from Situbai's hand enveloped Zhang Ping's hand. The elder closed his eyes deep in thought for a few minutes. Then Situbai withdrew his hand, letting out a strange sigh. Zhang Ping nervously rubbed his wrist and asked, Is it over? Situbai looked at him seriously and replied, It's over. I wasn't able to copy your ability. Even those derived skills ended in failure. It seems you are incredibly unique. As promised. He pushed the box toward Zhang Ping. From now on, it's yours. Thank you, Elder Situ. He picked up the bracelet and used his appraisal skill on it. Appraisal successful. Suddenly a scene flashed before his eyes. A woman was tied up and suspended by several different ropes. Could this be how this bracelet was crafted? Someone was pouring a strange liquid over her, while others below used their skills on her, making her scream in agony. Were all of these special items paid for with human lives? Zhang Ping frowned deeply after seeing that horrific scene. This is just too cruel. He immediately looked up and asked, Elder C2, is the crafting process for all special equipment this brutal? Situbai quietly took a sip of his tea and replied, 200 years ago they all were. Even though it's banned now, there are still outlaws who sacrifice humans to forge items in the shadows. I originally wanted to destroy this thing. But if you can use it properly to punish evil and promote good, perhaps the soul trapped inside this artifact can finally find peace. Zhang Ping grew even more curious. What was Pearl City like 200 years ago? Was human life really treated like garbage everywhere? Situbai set his teacup down and gave a very brief reply. Yes, he began to recount everything he knew. 200 years ago, the beast-taming Chu clan ruled Pearl City. Every single person here was nothing but a slave to them. The sky was filled with strange, oppressive magic. There was no future, no hope. Countless people were enslaved to haul heavy loads. Men worked day and night, yet could barely earn a scrap of food. Women had it no better. Anyone with a bit of beauty was selected as a maid for the Chu clan, becoming mere playthings for their spoiled young masters. The children were subjected to a different kind of brainwashing. They were all gathered in one place day and night, conditioned to devote their entire lives to the Chu clan. And it gets worse. The elderly, who could no longer work, were used as livestock feed thrown to the mutated beasts kept by the Chu clan. That family would ruthlessly sacrifice human bodies, turning them into undead spirits. If anyone became an awakened, they were either enslaved and controlled or used as raw materials to craft equipment. Situbai grimaced with deep-seated rage. because the Chu clan committed so many atrocities, but eventually, brave people finally took up arms. Cultivators and warriors secretly gathered their strength, eventually uniting to overthrow the Chu clan's rule. Jiang Ping, having asked his questions politely, stood up to pour the elder more tea. So that's how it was. Do you have any other questions? Jiang Ping asked again. Elder C2, you are so incredibly powerful. Why don't you step in to deal with the Moon Prince and liberate the city once more? Before answering, C2 Bai carefully activated a skill. It's not that I won't step in, but that I can't. Activating his soundproof seal talent. You might think Pearl City's defenses are weak, given that even the Tianchang Fox managed to infiltrate us, without anyone noticing. But that assumption is wrong. In truth, Pearl City's defense system is practically flawless. They have an investigation team consisting of several elite members. On the outskirts, the investigation team scouts and drives away mutated beasts, while near the city gates, the sweeping team deals with mutated beasts hiding in the shadows. These monsters are defeated one by one. On top of that, the city is protected by a supreme artifact, the Sun Moon Pearl. Within its range, where two glowing spheres, one red and one blue, float above an 8-trigram formation, all living beings have their levels suppressed to level 40 or below, meaning even if a king-tier mutated beast tries to invade, I would also be demoted to peak-tier. Turning his back, Shibai smiled and said, Besides, there's no doubt that I'm the strongest among those at the peak. However, after uttering those words, Shibai's tone became mysterious. But even without him spelling it out, Jiang Ping immediately realized, Mr. Situ, do you mean there's a traitor inside the city? Smart. Shibai turned to look at him and continued. After the city lord went missing in Pearl City, besides me, only the remnants of the Chu family's beast tamers knew how to forge the divine weapon. Jiang Ping recalled the tragic scenes he had witnessed and couldn't help but feel enraged. The Chu family's beast tamers sealed off the Sun and Moon Pearl. Then they let the heavenly constant foxes into the city. The recent riot of mutated beasts was also their doing. Why didn't you wipe them all out back then? Shibai sighed and explained to him, After overthrowing the Chu family's rule, we kept trying to eradicate their remaining forces, but weeds are not so easily uprooted. I'm afraid it's because they've existed in Pearl City for hundreds of years. Their roots run unimaginably deep. Jiang Ping clenched his fists, countless questions flashing through his mind. Indeed, the heavenly constant fox's infiltration this time has too many suspicious points. What is the Chu family's beast tamer's ultimate goal? Is the city lord alive or dead? What triggered the beast mutation riot? And what are the powers of the king of the heavenly constant fox clan? He quietly looked at Shibai and thought, there are no answers to these questions. Situ Shibai must act with extreme caution, otherwise if he falls into the enemy's trap and dies in battle, Pearl City will be beyond saving. The sight of his back feels strangely lonely. Just like nuclear weapons in my past life, they are merely a deterrent, and we cannot act rashly until the critical moment. Even if Prince Moon constantly provokes and kills, and anyone can lose their cool, but Situ Shibai absolutely cannot. Walking together down the empty path, Shibai said to him, Even though I can't copy your abilities, we still need you. Facing Jiang Ping, he reached out his hand and offered, Brother Jiang Ping, are you willing to join the sweeper squad? Shibai patiently awaited his reply. Without hesitation, Jiang Ping firmly shook his hand. With a determined look on his face, he declared, I accept. Inside the Iron Soul, Smithy Jiamin sat by the window and asked, Sister Say, why are you suddenly repairing equipment? I'm just doing a bit since I've been free these past few days. C replied, still diligently hammering the metal. Jimin, however, felt anxious and wondered, It's already been a few days. I wonder when Jiang Ping will be back. Seeing her anxious look, Say teased, What do you miss him already? No wonder you've been so distracted lately. Embarrassed, she quickly turned her face away. No, I don't. It's just, lately, there's been no one to guide me in my boxing practice, that's all. Her blushing face, however, gave her away. Her blushing face completely contradicted her words. I wonder how he's doing outside the city. Has he run into any danger? C suddenly snuck up behind Jiamin with a mischievous grin. Look at you acting like a worried little bride. And you still claim you don't miss him. Jiamin quickly covered her head in denial. I really don't. Having had her fun, C quickly returned to forging her weapon. All right, I'll stop teasing you. The blade was dipped into a tub of hot water to cool down slightly. Actually, the villages outside the city and the areas without dangerous mutated beasts have all been marked. As long as Jiang Ping does not wander into those zones, he should basically be safe. Jiamin's eyes widened as she looked at her senior. Wait, there are villages outside Pearl City. She wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead and smiled. Of course there are. Those villages are usually isolated, backward, and highly xenophobic. The people there, they will kneel before bizarre burning rituals. Some even worship mutated beasts as gods. If you ever travel to the wilderness and come across a village, it's best to steer clear of them and keep moving. Otherwise, if they capture you, you'll likely end up as a slave or a sacrificial offering. Jiamin's innocent mind still didn't quite grasp her meaning. But we're all human. We should be able to communicate, right? C grinned mischievously, making a scary face to terrify the young girl. Technically speaking, they can't even be considered human anymore. In the wilderness, the most dangerous things aren't the mutated beasts, but those savages. While she was playfully teasing her junior, a dark shadow appeared behind them. A lot of them love wearing freaky masks, and they'll silently stand right behind you. The shadow loomed large, grinning with bared teeth, terrifying Jiamin even more. Sister Say, is what you're talking about, like that one over there. Following her junior's gaze, C glanced back completely oblivious as she replied, Yeah, pretty much like that. Then Say's eyes locked onto the mask and a spark flashed between them. Meanwhile, inside the mist, Jiang Ping was controlling it to scare them. Jiamin screamed in terror, tears welling in her eyes. C, however, didn't run. Instead, she delivered a powerful kick right between his legs, instantly freezing Jiang Ping's body. He stood there like a statue, unable to move an inch. After the chaos in the smithy finally settled, Jiang Ping, doused in cold sweat, tried to compose himself and pretended as if nothing had happened. Sister Say, that move of yours was way too vicious, don't you think? Still not recognizing him, Say barked hostilely, Who the hell are you? His mask dissolved and his body trembled violently as if he was about to collapse. It's me, Jiang Ping. Both Jiamin and Say stared in disappointment at his pathetic state. But then Say happily grabbed him and started rubbing his head. You little brat. You didn't even say the word when you got back. You even tried to play ghost and scare us. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Ping tried to explain. Wait, that's not it. I literally just got back. And heard the two of you talking about savages and villages. I just wanted to add a bit of atmosphere for the two of you. I didn't expect you to turn around and kick me like that. C picked up her red coat and asked, So does this mean your training is officially over? He replied, Yes, next I will stay in the city to work on strengthening my abilities. Putting on her coat, she excitedly told them, That is perfect. Today I just found a clue related to San. With that, Sak quickly departed. I am also preparing to head outside the city. Uncle Lu, I am leaving him in your care. Trong Bin was a bit surprised and asked, Are you leaving in such a hurry, sister? She waved her hand and teased them. Well, who could be like a certain someone waiting for you every day like a lingering spirit? I won't get in your way anymore. Flustered Keetmon also wanted to flee and mumbled, It is getting late. I should head back to my room and rest as well. As she reached her room, the girl paused in hesitation. She called out, Trong Bin. The young man behind her immediately answered. Keetman turned around and gave him a warm, bright smile. I am so glad you made it back safely. Bin smiled and waved back. A comforting warmth welled up in his chest. It had been so long since he came to this world. This is the first time I have actually felt like I am home. Uncle Lu suddenly popped out of nowhere and spoke, making Bin's heart jump. She has already gone back to her room. What are you still standing there grinning like an idiot for? Uncle Lu folded his arms out of habit and casually instructed him, First thing tomorrow morning, go find Chinsak and tell her that I am gravely ill. Tell her not to leave the city anymore, Uncle Lu said. Those words clearly hit Bin hard. Seeing his reaction, Uncle Lu tapped him on the head and said, Don't look at me like that. I'm not stupid, nor am I sick. I'm just faking it. Bin held his head and stammered, But Uncle, before Uncle Lu cut him off. San-san has been missing for so long now. She has most likely met with foul play. He climbed onto a wooden chair to rest his legs. I know my daughter's strength better than anyone. C wants to investigate her disappearance. But I'm worried she'll also put herself in danger. That's why I had to pretend so she wouldn't have time to take any risks. He sat down and lit a cigarette, taking a drag while Bin kept rubbing his head dejectedly. Uncle Love. C's father blew out a puff of smoke and reassured him. That girl values loyalty. Once she has something on her mind, she'll think twice and won't take reckless risks. Hearing that, Bin felt a bit more relieved. Uncle Lou, you've really had a tough time. He tapped his pipe upside down to empty the ashes. When it comes to forging, you have a real talent for it. But Say doesn't know how to teach, and she doesn't care much for it anyway. So you still have quite a few flaws in your technique. Over the next few days, I will teach you the true dough-kneading forging art. Uncle Lou turned to look at the promising young man in front of him, and seriously proposed, although our technique isn't some top-secret formula, it's still a proprietary skill of the Lou family. You must put your heart into learning it. Bin clenched his fist determinedly. Yes, I definitely won't let you down, Uncle Lou. Suddenly, a faint, wispy cloud of smoke wrapped around his body, taking him by surprise. Trong Bin! Trong Bin! The silhouette of a beautiful girl began to form clearly within the smoke. As she emerged from the smoke, she happily cheered him on. It's me! Keep it up, I'm waiting for you! Trong Bin froze as he realized who it was uttering her name in his mind. To Tin Jiao. Outside the Soul of Iron Forge, a shimmering leaf drifted onto the street in the dead of night. Life went on in the days that followed. C followed Uncle Lou's wishes and stayed inside the city while Uncle Lou secretly taught me the dough-kneading forging art. When C's father would sigh and smoke in front of her, she, sensing the threat of lung cancer, would say in annoyance, then stop smoking. As a tiny spider materialized in my hand, I realized that by applying the forging art to the mist, I could make it take on a more precise shape. In a way, I was growing stronger. Jimin was also training hard, and she had successfully mastered the first 3 moves of the Ape King Fist, level +1. But what bothered him the most was that breeze carrying the silhouette of that girl. That night I was certain I had heard To Tin Jiao's voice. Curiosity drove Trong Bin to look deeper. It felt so familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. So that night, I asked the cleanup crew to look for evidence. He used his communicator to report back. Captain, is there a disguised Tianchang fox near the forge? I just heard it very clearly. Holding an egg in his hand, Tu Dobok replied seriously, Bin, we cleared out your residential area long ago. There's no way a Tianchang fox could be there. Based on that information, he came to a conclusion. If it wasn't a wind whisperer who could hear it. I considered another possibility. What if To Tin Jiao isn't dead but living in a different way, to get revenge and to find the answers? I must personally unmask this Tianchang fox To Tin Jiao. 3 days passed in a flash. In front of an ancient quiet house, a strange shadow was stealthily creeping toward the door. He skillfully used a rod to jimmy the lock. The door slowly opened, revealing a woman fast asleep, completely unaware. The creep drew closer to her and reached out with excitement. Sleeping like a log, are we? Looks like my drug-in went perfectly today. He yanked the blanket off her, revealing her fair, shapely legs. He stared in awe and muttered, I've long heard that the young lady of the Tu family has a voluptuous figure, silky smooth skin, and a gorgeous face. Then his rough hand stroked her smooth skin. Today I'm going to taste you fresh and see if the rumors are actually true. Suddenly, a familiar black mist surged into the room, and the intruder's name was called out, Tang Tu Pham. Startled, he whirled around, revealing a mask adorned with a pink flower. No. Who is it? Eerie sounds kept echoing, leaving Tang Tu Pham looking around in a panic. Tang Tu Pham, alias Short-Legged Teddy, height 1.5 meters, appearance vulgar and wretched. Who's there? The black shadow gradually coalesced into a tall figure, telling him, Unpopular with women, your mind slowly became warped and twisted. Over the past 15 years, you've harmed countless girls. Am I wrong? Terrified, Tang Tu Pham stammered, Who the hell are you? Looking down at him, a red light flashed within the shadow as it replied, I am here under orders to take your life. Terrified, Tang Tu Pham scrambled to run away. He had been absolutely sure that everyone in the Tu family had been knocked out by his sleeping drugs. But the dark shadows pursued him relentlessly, making escape nearly impossible. What on earth is this thing? Is it human or a ghost? A sharp black spike shot forward, piercing Tang Tu Pham's calf. He crashed to the ground as a light whirlwind swirled around him. The stats kept updating. Fear rising, Missed storage 54 out of 100. Fear rising. Missed storage 60 out of 100. Still trying to struggle. Clutching his leg with one hand, Tang Tiu Pham shrieked, "You! Stay away from me!" Despite his desperate screams, tears streamed down his face. Shivering, his body grew cold with terror. In the end, Tang Tiu Pham wet his pants in sheer fright and passed out right then and there. Zhang Ping kicked him in disappointment. Huh. And here I thought a serial killer would be some ruthless monster. How did he pass out already? He removed the creep's mask and began to inspect it. At this rate, his first mission after joining the team could be considered complete. Once this is over, I should probably take him back and let others handle the rest. Appraisal. Appraisal successful. His eyes rolled back as his status screen popped up. Named Zhang Xiaofan. Race human. Faction none. Growth potential 2 stars. Rank mid-level awakened. Level 13. Talent medicine mastery allows him to analyze whether items have healing properties and use them to concoct medicines. Peach Blossom Mask, common quality. The mask Zhang Xiaofan wore when committing his evil deeds. He muttered in sheer disgust, such a great awakened ability, and he used it to become a monster. What a complete degenerate. The system automatically replayed a scene. A helpless woman reached out her hand, begging, "Please, please spare my daughter," while Zhang Xiaofan remained completely indifferent. He replied with a cold sneer, "You took my drug and you're still so disobedient. If you want to blame someone, blame your dead husband. If he hadn't kicked the bucket so early, I wouldn't have laid eyes on the two of you." He kicked the screaming woman, making her fall backward. "A measly grunt from the patrol team, always talking about swearing on his life to protect Mingzhou City. But look at him. Isn't he dead now? How utterly pathetic." He mocked them in his twisted, grating voice. "Though I guess I should thank him for leaving the two of you behind for me." The helpless girl lying on the bed cried out, "Mom!" Zhang Xiaofan grabbed her hair and choked her, sticking out his tongue to lick her face. "Don't be in such a hurry. Once I'm done with you, I'll send you to join him." In his twisted mind, the number of women he had ruined reached dozens, and he burst into a maniacal laughter. "You are all my toys." After seeing that memory, Zhang Ping, his face went completely dark with shock. Just then, the cowardly creep scrambled back to his feet, suddenly launching a sneak attack. Faint, misty fumes completely enveloped Zhang Ping along with his smug laughter. But in an instant, a powerful bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, making Zhang Xiaofan roar in fury. "Where did this little brat come from, ruining my good time? That drug is strong enough to bring down a giant mutated beast. Once you pass out, I will torture you to death." But his boasting didn't last long. In a blind rage, Zhang Ping incinerated the mask in his hand. "You absolute monster." Zhang Xiaofan's hideous face froze in shock. "What? Why didn't it work? Is it because of the rain?" Without giving him another second of peace, a cold slash sliced right through the criminal's hand, sending his agonizing screams echoing to the heavens. Another powerful bolt of lightning struck. Magic gathered around Zhang Ping's arm once more as he looked down at him. "This strike is for the mothers who sacrificed their lives to protect their daughters." Next, he conjured 3 small flying daggers. Though his voice was calm, he was barely holding back his absolute rage. "This strike!" Under his control, the daggers pierced deeply into Zhang Xiaofan's body. "Is for the girls who chose death over submission." With tears and snot streaming down his face, the punishment grew even harsher. "This strike is to honor that fallen hero from the patrol team." And it didn't stop there. On behalf of everyone who had suffered under him, he continued to punish this twisted criminal. "This strike is to honor that righteous scout." As the rain kept pouring down heavily, Zhang Ping's daggers continued to rain down on him. "This strike is to remember that nameless awakened." Unable to move, Zhang Xiaofan wept and cursed, "You're a psycho. You're a freaking psycho." But Zhang Ping's anger hadn't subsided. He looked down and commanded him, "With medical skills like yours, if you treat yourself in time, you might still live. I will give you a chance." He pointed towards a door. "As long as you can crawl through that gate, I will spare your life." But what Zhang Ping was actually thinking, the criminal had absolutely no idea. "Zhang Xiaofan, the despair you brought upon those innocent people, I will return it to you tenfold." Zhang Ping pointed at the door beside them and said, "Remember, this is your last and final chance. The bruised and battered criminal turned around and grinned. He crawled like a bug toward the door, thinking smugly, "Just wait until I heal up. I will make you pay for this. I'll chop you into 100 pieces. Cough, cough, cough." Despite getting beaten to a pulp, his rotten mind hadn't changed. "I can't die here. There are still so many beautiful women in this world that I haven't had my way with yet." The door was right in front of him. Filled with hope, he looked up. Just a little more. Zheng Xiaofan's filthy hand reached out his repulsive grin enough to turn anyone's stomach. "Once I open this door." Those thoughts kept spinning in his head as he dragged himself forward with all his might. Just need to get out of here. But Xiaofan's arm could only tremble before freezing, unable to reach the doorknob. Even though it was right there, he couldn't touch it. Frustrated, he began desperately pounding on the bottom of the door. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Zhang Ping didn't wait any longer. He slowly walked toward the crawling criminal. "That door, for the rest of your life, you will never be able to open it." Mist gathered in his palm, and Zhang Ping's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to take it. Zheng Xiaofan, you've failed." Zheng Xiaofan shrieked, "No! No!" Without wasting another breath, Zhang Ping struck a fatal blow, putting an end to his wretched life. Scum. Even after eliminating the threat, Zhang Ping's mind still felt heavy despite the system notification ringing in his ears. Defeated a higher-level opponent. All attributes increased by 1. Current stats: Stamina 28, Mental Power, Infinite Energy 29, Agility 29. His hollow eyes stared blankly ahead. He blamed himself. He had thought that killing the heavenly silk butterfly would bring peace back to Mingzhou City and save everyone. The young man slowly raised his head. As the heavy rain poured down on him, his thoughts grew heavier and more mature. People like this, are they really even worth saving? Save them, my foot scum. Like that deserve to die anyway. No need to play the savior here. Suddenly Bin heard soft whispers in his ear. Are you sure they're at Hanhai Academy? Today is a special day. They've just finalized their plan, whispering suspiciously about finding a chance to smuggle something out. Meanwhile, Bin turned his head, looking around for something. Could it be another Tang Xiaofan? Immediately rolling up his sleeve, he pulled out a communicator to contact the cleanup crew. His face darkened as he quickly reported the situation. Captain, I finished the mission to eliminate that predator. Also, through the Wind Whisperer, I overheard some activity near Hanhai Academy. It sounds like they're trying to smuggle something out. At the cleanup crew's headquarters, Si Shibai heard him loud and clear and gestured to money. Standing behind Hanhai Academy, she activated her ability, but the results were far from promising. It's no use. I can't sense what's going on in there at all. Someone has set up a barrier, if even I can't probe it. Then they're clearly no ordinary foes. Having grasped the general situation, Si Shibai continued to issue orders. Zhang Ping head over there first and report back on the actual situation. I'll contact Liu Sixian immediately. He carefully warned Zhang Ping not to act rashly until reinforcements arrived. By this time, Zhang Ping was already rushing forward at high speed and replied, Understood. Beneath Hanhai Academy, a red barrier enveloped the area generated by a strange object. Wrapped around a pillar, 3 cloaked figures holding lanterns paced back and forth around the school, seemingly searching for something. Zaijun clicked his tongue and grumbled, Damn it, we've been searching for 15 minutes already. Where on earth did Chen Shueli hide it? Huang Tu, who was walking alongside them, suddenly gasped in surprise. Boss, this is bad! Someone entered the barrier. The chubby Huang 3 panicked. What has our plan been exposed? But Zaijun refused to believe it. Nonsense with the dual protection of the dragon-suppressing stone and the night howl lantern here. It's impossible for anyone to detect us. Still, that warning forced him to raise his guard. If that's the case, if whoever just stepped into the barrier ends up alerting Chen Shueli, we'll be in deep trouble. Even if we can mask our presence, there's no way we can kidnap someone right in front of his eyes. Urging each other, the 3 rushed up to the higher floors. Hurry, we're running out of time. No matter what, we must find her. Meanwhile, outside the academy, Zhang Ping had arrived. Standing in silence, he stared up at the glass windows. He also spotted that bizarre dragon head and tried to activate his system's scanning function. What is this? The appraisal results returned as failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Still, he persistently analyzed it, and finally the appraisal succeeded. Bronze dragon suppressing stone. Quality, epic. When 4 dragon-suppressing stones are placed in their respective positions, they form a dragon-suppressing array that can envelop and shatter almost any barrier. To think it's actually an epic-grade item. Suddenly, a scene playback function automatically triggered. Countless ordinary citizens had lost their lives, their crimson blood squeezed dry. Inside a vortex, their blood flowed through pipes into a waiting funnel, channeling the rippling crimson fluid. Behind it, other objects carved with strange patterns also held the red blood. Finally, the blood was poured into the dragon's eyes, activating it. Jiang Ping's face darkened. Is the dragon-suppressing stone also created through human sacrifice? But this practice has been banned for civilians for ages. He looked back at Manhwa Academy, suspicions rising in his heart. They don't seem like members of those 2 organizations either. Could they be the remnants of the Chu family? The Chu family has a notorious history. Their family beast, the ringleader of it all, ruled Mingzhou City 200 years ago and committed countless atrocities. 200 years ago, their rule was overthrown by the 3 organizations. 2 months ago, they conspired with Sun Moon Pearl. 2 months ago, they caused the newly appointed city lord to go missing. 2 months ago, they lured the Heaven Calamity Fox into the city. Half a month ago, they gathered mutated beasts outside the city, and now they've come to Manhwa Academy to smuggle something out. He approached the main entrance of the academy. Both inside and out, everything was shrouded in darkness. The Chu family lured the Heaven Calamity Fox and gathered mutated beasts outside the city. What on earth is their goal? Maybe this operation of theirs will provide some clues. From Jiang Ping's perspective, he noticed something near the window. It looks like something is coming out. I need to hide first. Activating Night Walker. Meanwhile, from the enemy's perspective, Jai Jun and his lackeys were climbing down from a window. Jai Jun ordered, "Close the window." Jai Jun gripped his staff and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. The person who just entered the barrier doesn't seem to be here. Confirming the area was safe, he turned to Huang Tu, who was carrying a girl's body over his shoulder. We should be fine now. Turn off the lantern to save the last bit of energy for emergencies. As the light died, the damp space grew even darker, and the 3 of them quickened their pace. I'll retrieve the dragon-suppressing stone. We can't leave any tracks. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping was hiding elsewhere, contacting his team and reporting his appraisal results. As expected, the enemies belong to the Chu family. One has a level 21 scouting skill, one has a level 17 telekinesis ability, and another has a level 15 hypnosis ability. The system continued to feed him data. Appraisal successful. He read through the information and thought, no wonder I couldn't see them earlier. The Night Howl hand lantern can conceal one's present scent and energy. Current energy 16 out of 100. So that's what they use to hide their presence, but it looks like its energy is running out. Looking over at the kidnap victim, he's even more shocked. Is that girl really their target? Status screen. Name Tran Quan Ding. Race human. Faction Manhwa Academy. Growth potential 14 stars. Class mid-level awakened. Level 13. Talent, Holy Mother's blood. Her blood increases her affinity with living creatures, allowing her to influence wild beasts she hasn't met before, turning them into fanatical followers. Once upgraded, it becomes a passive skill with an expanded range. Note those who drink the holy blood will lose the ability to use their powers. They'll also suffer from constant bad luck. Her growth potential is unbelievable, and her ability is practically an evolved version of the Covenant gem. Ben furrows his brow. He can't help but wonder what those guys are actually planning. Does the Chu family want to use her to control someone, no matter what happens? This girl is innocent. As a deafening crack of lightning strikes from above, Ben makes up his mind. He absolutely cannot let the Chu family get away with this. Just as the thought crosses his mind, the 3 of them use some sort of trick and vanish right from the schoolyard. By the time he runs out, they've vanished without a trace and his system can't track them. Appraisal interrupted. They've escaped. Ben quickly contacts his team. Money. Where did they go? Can you track them down? Back at the sweeper team's base, Money concentrates all her focus to pinpoint their location. Magic energy radiates throughout the room. Got 'em, I've sensed their location. They're heading out of the city. At their current speed, Tutu might not catch up in time. Ben immediately steps forward. I'll go slow them down. But Tu Thoi Bok stops him right away. Hold on, Trong Ben, don't be reckless. Your safety comes first. But Ben is too anxious to wait, desperately trying to convince him. The Chu family is behind all of this. We absolutely cannot let them escape, even if I can't defeat them. I can use my fog to stall them and buy Sister Tutu some time. Meanwhile, the trio is speeding through the forest. The rain-drenched path is slick and cold, winding through the dense, cramped woods. Suddenly, Trok Tuan freezes in his tracks, his eyes locking onto a nearby bush. Sensing it's been spotted, a ferocious beast leaps out. Its body is made of pitch-black bones, its eyes glowing as it lets out a deafening roar. Trok Tuan stares in shock, gasping. A mist-bone wolf. Why is a mutated beast inside the city? In reality, it's Bin in disguise. Wearing his demon mask, he's pulling the exact same trick as before. Luckily, he has his face-blending art. This fog disguise is perfect, but I have to be careful. I can't let that level 20 appraiser see through me. The boss immediately activates his appraisal skill to inspect the beast. This wolf looks pretty strong. What level is it anyway? Sensing the boss's intention to appraise him, Bin immediately spits out a barrage of bone bullets, forcing him to dodge. Damn it, my appraisal got cut off. But Bin isn't finished yet. The wolf leaps forward, tearing through the white mist. With its massive jaws wide open, it launches a surprise attack from behind Trok Tuan, catching him completely off guard. He leaps into the air in a panic, screaming at his lackey, "Hoang 3, hypnotize this thing quick!" Hoang 3 spreads his two arms wide, chanting with intense focus. His wide-open eyes lock, directly onto the wolf to seize control. "Freeze," Hoang 3 commands. The bone wolf's eyes begin to spin, and its ferocious snarl instantly fades. Hoang 3 grins with smug satisfaction as he sees the beast's dazed, spaced-out expression. Perfect, it worked. But what he doesn't realize is that Bin isn't affected at all. Bin is secretly plotting. My mental power is infinite, which makes me completely immune to any mind control. I can use this to my advantage. Hoang 3 continues waving his arms, trying to keep him tamed. Stay right there." Bin slowly inches closer, pretending to be under his spell to close the gap. As Hoang 3 reaches out his hand to touch the wolf's snout, muttering, "Don't move," Bin seizes the perfect moment, slashing his razor-sharp claws in a deadly strike. Now, the surprise attack sends Hoang 3 stumbling back in absolute shock. "What? How are you still moving?" A massive gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp fangs, clamps down, Bin pins Hoang 3 to the ground, and bites deep into his shoulder, tearing through flesh. Hoang 3 screams in agonizing pain as Bin completely overpowers him. His screams quickly fade into weak whimpers. "Boss, help, save me." Hoang 2 can't take it anymore. Furious, he unleashes his telekinetic magic, casting a powerful spell directly on the wolf to blast it away. Get the hell off him. With Hoang 3 taken down, Bin instantly levels up. His level rises to 9. All of his stats increase by 1 point for defeating a higher-level opponent. All stats have increased current status. Stamina 30. Mental power infinite. Energy 31. Agility 31. The Covenant Gems level has risen to 6. It worked. Now I just need to hold off these two. Hoang 2 raises his hand, a surge of magic swirling around his palm. An intense, heavy gravitational telekinesis slams down, crushing the mist wolf from the inside out. Bin's eyes widen in shock. His entire body is trapped in a cage of crushing force as the sheer pressure slams the wolf into the dirt. For a split second, panic takes over. He struggles desperately, but it's no use. Damn it, I can't move at all. Seizing the moment, Trok Tuan activates his appraisal skill. Name, Trong Bin. Level 9. Class Low-Level Awakened. Affiliations, Iron Soul Forge and the Sweeper Team. Unknown ability successfully appraised. A sinister smile spreads across his face. To think he's just a human, and a level 9 rookie at that. Yet he dares to play the hero. The two of them stand right in front of the pit where Bin is trapped. He mutters under his breath, "Since you're one of Situ Shibai's people, this super-gravity move. Situ Shibai used it on me last time, so there's no way I can let you live." Bin tries to calm himself down, telling himself to keep cool. There has to be a way out of this. Storm clouds keep rolling across the sky, heavy black layers stacking up ready to burst with rain. Meanwhile, Hoang 2's power is still keeping Bin pinned down. He carefully analyzes them. Even though the appraiser doesn't have any offensive skills, his special weapon is going to be tough to deal with to think it's an epic tier item. Bin's body transforms back into human form to dodge a lightning arrow. It seems the Chu family's strength mostly relies on their equipment. Expending 10 units of mist, he conjures small spikes that sprout from the ground. Fortunately, even though his body is suppressed, it doesn't stop him from summoning his mist. The spikes shoot forward to attack the two Chu family remnants, but they manage to dodge. Bin notices this immediately. Huh, that telekinesis user? Why isn't he fighting back with his telekinesis? Suddenly, Zejun draws his bow and fires a powerful arrow. Still paralyzed, Bin can only grit his teeth and take the hit, directly worsening his injuries. The guy draws his bow again, electricity crackling and flashing brilliantly. I bet your ability drains a lot of energy, doesn't it? Let's see how much longer you can hold out. With only a thin wisp of mist left, the young man leans against the cliffside and thinks to himself, maybe it's not that he doesn't want to fight back, but that he can't. Zejun glares at him and demands, spacing out, are we? Bin quickly expends 15 units of mist to conjure a shield while hiding one hand behind his back to quietly channel another 5 units. Let's see if I can pull off that new move. His mist reserve is down to 25 out of 100, but a small blade costing 15 units of mist energy flies out and shoots toward them. Zejun brutally bats it away with his bow. Still struggling, are we? But he doesn't suspect a thing as the fallen blades begin to dissolve and spread beneath their feet. Bin just sits there quietly. He speaks up, exposing their weakness. You didn't fight back against my attacks because you have to lock onto a target before you can activate your telekinesis. What? Zejun gasps as he finds himself pinned fast by Bin's mist. Huang Tu watches in shock as Bin glides past him. Now free from the suppression, Bin immediately lunges at the key target. Just as I thought, lock this guy down and his telekinesis becomes useless. He's too fast. Bin's hand shapes a small sword, consuming another 15 units of mist. Huang Tu tries to resist, but it's no use. Bin plunges the blade straight into his abdomen, pinning him in place. But these Chu family remnants are far more desperate than Bin anticipated. Huang Tu grabs Bin's arm and chants, self-destructive telekinesis. Bin gasps in shock. He's unleashing his psychic power on himself. Huang Tu glares at him with a smug grin as the force successfully binds Bin's arm. You almost had your way, didn't you, brat? Lucky for me, I forced control over my right hand to break free from your mist. Behind them, Zejun has also been freed by his ally. Both of them burst into mocking laughter. That was the very last of your energy, wasn't it? Ruining my hand isn't going to cut it. You're going to be completely crippled if you think this pathetic attack is enough to stop us. You're dead wrong. Suddenly, Bin unleashes a hidden strike, causing a blazing fire to erupt around them, enveloping them in swirling flames. The searing heat forces a painful groan out of Huang Tu. Enraged, he shoves Bin's body away, snarling, "You bastard!" Just as Bin manages to regain his footing on the slippery ground, another arrow streaks right toward him, leaving him no time to react. Oh no. The arrow pierces straight through his chest near his heart and begins to burn his body from the inside out. Bin collapses to the ground as Zejun struts over, mocking him. Well, look at you. Quite a few tricks up your sleeve, huh? Dizziness washes over Bin. He never expected their armor to be fire-resistant. The two enemies raise their weapons to deliver the finishing blow, sneering, "But it's time to end this." Suddenly, showing no panic, Bin touches his chest wound and mutters some cryptic words. The enemies misunderstand, mocking him. "Not much time left, huh? You mean your time left to live?" His eyes remain dead resolute. He looks up at them and replies coldly, just as a familiar stream of water surges over his head, signaling that reinforcements have finally arrived. "No, it's the time I needed to stall you bastards." A jet of water pierces right through Huang Tu, but Zejun still manages to release his arrow, snarling, "You've got one foot in the grave and you're still talking trash." Bin's eyes widen. He doesn't have the strength left to leap out of the way. With a desperate struggle, the young man barely tilts his body as the arrow grazes his shoulder, drawing a spray of blood. "Get to the right." Suddenly, Tu Thien appears right behind Zejun, catching him completely off guard. "Reinforcements." His jaw drops in sheer disbelief. Did this girl just take out Huang Tu in a single blow? Tu Thien coldly swings her sword at Zejun, forcing him to block with his bow as the two of them clash, locking in a fierce duel. Forced to retreat with every strike, Zejun barks, "Who the hell are you?" Tu Thien doesn't answer, her lips tightly pressed as she silently ponders something. She suddenly accelerates, unleashing a flurry of lethal sword strikes. Zejun finds himself backed into a corner, sweat pouring profusely from his forehead. Damn it, that other bastard drained way too much of my energy. In a moment of sheer desperation, he quickly pulls out a small object from his pocket. I have no choice but to use this. He slips a lightning-shaped ring onto his finger as a spark of energy flashes. Zejun uses it on himself, drawing a suspicious look from Tu Tian just before a massive bolt of lightning crashes down between them. It crackles wildly as if about to detonate, forcing her to shout, "Stop!" But Zejun triggers a self-explosion. A blinding flash erupts, shattering rocks and sending white smoke billowing into the air, obscuring everything. As the residual sparks of lightning slowly fade, Tu Tian pulls Bin close and lands on a patch of ground not far away. Fortunately, Trong Bin is still alive. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zejun has managed to slip away. A massive crater now blocks the path, leaving Tu Tian to watch him escape in frustration. What a waste. We couldn't capture the last surviving member of the Chu family alive. She then turns her gaze to Bin, who is completely drained. He's lying there, half dead, beside her with his tongue sticking out. Suddenly, her communicator buzzes, and Mani shouts frantically, "Wait! Bring Trong Bin back right now!" She asks what's wrong, and Mani's reply strikes her like a bolt from the blue. A voice screamed, "The phantom light canopy has been shattered!" Liu Yu stood in the rain holding a black umbrella, quietly looking down. Zeming approached and said hesitantly, "Your Highness, I wonder why you called me back." Turning toward the distance, Liu Yu asked coldly, "What is the status of the mutated beasts gathering outside the city?" Zeming bowed his head low and reported, "Your Majesty, everything is ready." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, crashing down with a deafening roar that startled everyone. Liu Yu's eyes locked onto that direction. She asked curiously, "What was that sound?" Zeming panicked, struggling to cover it up. "That's the myriad thunder summon. Zhou Zejun must be in trouble. He's going to draw the foxes." "Attention." Aloud, he mumbled, "It might be. Just a clap of thunder, right?" Liu Yu turned her head, her true form speaking directly to him. "Do you notice anything unusual?" Terrified, Zeming prayed he wouldn't be executed on the spot. No. Both her shadow and her blurry silhouette in the rain frowned with deep displeasure. As another bolt of lightning struck, making the air suffocating, she asked, "Then why are you so tense?" Zeming quickly fell to his knees, clasping his hands together in terror. Your Majesty, this servant has been terrified of thunder since childhood." Liu Yu scoffed in disgust. "Humph, useless trash." She turned her gaze back to the direction of the recent disturbance, thinking to herself, the sound came from inside the city. But now I can't see anything. It's exactly like that time. The time I was chasing that awakened. I remember it clearly. He was gravely injured near certain death. Yet when I stepped past the wall, there was no one there, leaving me completely baffled. At just a single turn, he vanished without a trace. To think someone could escape my sight so openly? Realizing this was the perfect opportunity to uncover the truth, Liu Yu leaped off the balcony. It seems to be nothing more than some high-level trickery. Her body hovered in midair. Her eyes flashed crimson. "Human illusions cannot affect my clan, but they can use other means to indirectly obscure my vision. Perhaps this entire Mingzhou city is fake." With both of her eyes turning a frenzied bloody red, she proclaimed loudly, "It is indeed exactly as expected." From behind Liu Yu, a bizarre entity emerged. Dark energy poured down onto the streets as her power expanded rapidly. At that moment, Sixian looked up at the sky, wondering silently. Where did that girl from Manhwa Academy go? Sixian's sword-shaped earrings swayed as she worried, "I don't know what's happening, but the canopy is definitely disappearing." Meanwhile, Zhang Ping was gradually regaining consciousness. He slowly nudged his battered body and whispered, "Sis." Pointing weakly at the cage that fell from Huang 3, he urged her to use it. "The Nightingale Lantern, quick!" The strange powers of Liu Yu continued to grow and sprout like tree trunks. Her two crimson eyes widened, scanning the surroundings from her dark tentacles. Countless eyes sprouted to search every corner of the city. Through them, Liu Yu peered into every space within her domain. Suddenly, something caught her off guard. Her cold gaze snapped in one direction. "Found you, little rat!" A figure was running frantically, carrying Jun Ting on his back. I was in such a rush to escape that I almost forgot to bring the Saintess. Suddenly, a voice echoed behind him, striking him with sheer terror. "So late? And someone is still leaving the city. Damn it, I'm dead, I've been spotted." On the other side, Zejun could only watch helplessly as Liu Yu sped off without a moment's hesitation. Your Majesty!" "Wait." Clenching his fists, he panicked. "This is bad. There's no stopping her. At this point, Zejun quickly contacted the emergency intelligence team. Emergency! There is another member of the sweepers hiding in the city. Oh, a hidden agent named Zhang Ping. The nearest group listened in silence as Zejun's frantic voice continued. Our operation tonight has been ruined by him. Huang 3 and Huang 2 are dead. Then the sweepers' reinforcements arrived, and I had no choice but to use the myriad thunder summon. His older brother's voice came through. Brother, are you saying that Zhang Ping is still alive? Yes, he confirmed with absolute certainty. But I've checked his background. Aside from the sweepers, he also works at a blacksmith shop called the Soul of Iron. They nodded as they received the intelligence. Understood. But the absolute priority right now is for you to get the Saintess out of the city immediately. Just as they thought things were settled, a frantic scream from Zejun pierced the line. Luo! Luo Xiu, why are you here? His brother demanded. What did you say? Zejun let out a painful shriek and the line went dead. His brother's face darkened as he frantically tried to reconnect. What happened? Answer me, Zhou Zejun. At that moment, Zhe Ming walked up to them and yelled, You fool, stop calling! The plan has failed. Zhou Zejun has been killed by the fox. Zejun's brother furiously slammed the communicator to the ground, shattering it. Damn it, has all our hard work over the years gone down the drain? Zhe Ming reassured them with another piece of information. No, the Saintess is still alive. She is the natural bane of the Tianchang fox. Prince Yue realized he couldn't kill her, so he will definitely bring her back to the city lord's manor. The hooded man barked at him. Then what do you suggest we do? Without the Saintess, how are we supposed to control those foxes? Zhe Ming remained calm and said, There is a secret passage in the city lord's manor that leads straight out of the city. He assured them, as of now, only I know about it. He then laid out the next phase of the plan. Get your mutated beasts ready. You will lead them into the city lord's manor through that secret passage. It'll cause trouble for the foxes, and after that his job is to grab Jun Ting's hand and pull him away. I'll take advantage of the chaos to get the Saintess out. The person sitting high up shrugged. Easier said than done. Prince Moon is guarding the city lord's manor. What can we even do with just the mutated beasts we've gathered? Zhiming glared at them. That's why we must exploit Zhang Ping, that sleeper agent from the sweepers. Right now, Prince Moon is monitoring the entire city. If anything happens, he'll personally take action. An almost perfect plan was laid out by the old snake. They listened, captivated, as he said, We just need to send our elite forces to the forge to ambush Zhang Ping, and it will draw out Prince Moon and the sweepers. While both sides are fighting, we'll control the mutated beasts to raid the city lord's manor and catch them completely off guard. The man sitting high up understood his intentions, but if we do that, it would be equivalent to completely turning against the celestial fox. That's why we must succeed. Failure is not an option. Zhiming didn't forget to warn them. And one more thing. When you make your move, do not blow my cover. The others nodded in agreement. We won't. As expected of the heir to the Zhou family bloodline. The man sitting high up had a gleam in one eye in the silent room. We will continue to play our part in the Vice City Lord's little play. The Saintess is in your hands. The perspective shifts back to Ping. Sixian reached out to touch him. You're awake. How are you feeling? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Ping forced himself to sit up, looking around curiously. Where is... This, Sixian explained. This is the sweeper's base. The situation earlier was so urgent that we had to bring you here. There were other injured people being treated nearby. Ping looked over, his heart aching. Is Captain Jinba injured this badly? Jinba's body was covered in bandages and he was still unconscious. I heard Luo Xiu did this. She didn't hesitate to take action herself. It seems she already sensed our presence. Suddenly a clear voice rang out in praise. You're awake already. Looks like you're recovering well. Xu Jai walked in. She smiled and asked him, taking on 3 opponents 10 levels higher than you all on your own and even managing to kill 1. And how did you do that? Her curiosity made her pace around his bed. Normally, being 5 levels higher is enough to take someone down in the blink of an eye. Sixian introduced, this is Xu Ji. I mentioned her ability Solar Charge before. She's the one who healed your wounds. Ping remained cautious in front of Xu Jie. Knowing it was better to keep a low profile as a newcomer, he smiled and replied tactfully, I was just lucky. Surviving a disaster like that, I guess I'm bound for good fortune. This time I was lucky to have you, Sister Xu. Without all of you, I don't know how many times I would have died. I heard Sister Shu was quite strict, but she doesn't seem like that at all. Shujai didn't press further and brushed it off. It's no big deal. Anyway, I don't need to maintain the barrier anymore. However, a moment later her face grew serious. All right, let's stop the small talk here. Since you're awake, let's go meet everyone. We need more comprehensive intelligence about tonight. Ping silently swallowed his words. Meanwhile, in the office, Manny was frowning and complaining. Why is there always an endless amount of work? Frustrated, she buried her face in the desk and yelled, Captain, I'm handing in my resignation. Luo Wei raised a hand in agreement. Mani took this chance, her eyes lighting up as she asked her colleague, Oh, you're awake, little Wei. Help me share some of this work. Luo Wei immediately opened her mouth and fell fast asleep right in front of her. Manny clenched the paper in her hand, her anger boiling over. She rushed over and repeatedly punched Luo Wei. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up! Even while asleep, Luo Wei swiftly dodged her blows. Shu Shibai watched them pointing and punching each other, completely speechless and unable to intervene. He chuckled awkwardly and encouraged his two employees. It can't be helped. Headquarters is short-handed right now, so please bear with it a little. Just then the footsteps they had been waiting for arrived. The captain is here. Shujai walked up and offered to Manny, Let me help you take on some of the work. The girl happily hugged her beloved senior tightly. You're always the one who cares about me the most, Sister Shu. Shu Shibai gathered them together and began, Let's get straight to the point. Our previous assumption was that the Zhou family teamed up with the Celestial Fox to wipe out any forces opposing them, but now I don't think there is any real cooperative relationship between them. He carefully detailed the events at the Maritime Academy. It's not hard to see that the Zhou family set up a barrier. They must already know about the existence of the illusionary light canopy. But they didn't report this to the Celestial Fox, which proves they want to use the barrier for something else. However, the complications in this matter are immense. Submitting to others is certainly not the Chu family's style, but with their current strength, they simply cannot stand against the Heavenly Fox. Therefore, the girl they took from Manhwa Academy last night might be the key to dealing with the Heavenly Fox, Jai added, opening the book in his hand. The master of Manhwa Academy, Chen Shueli, had only one son named Chen Haowen. Records show that he passed away 45 years ago and had never been married. In that same year, Chen Shueli suddenly announced to the public that he had a granddaughter named Chen Junting. The identity of that saintess was also mentioned in the files. According to our investigation, this Chen Junting does not carry the bloodline of Mingzhou. Our city. She is highly likely from a village outside the city. Jai pointed out more noteworthy details. And it seems Chen Shueli dotes on this granddaughter of his incredibly. For 45 years, he hasn't let her contact anyone. Her citizen profile is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Even whether she has awakened, or what ability she obtained is completely unrecorded. Ping now joined the conversation, reporting his findings. I actually know what her ability is. I used my appraisal skill on her before. Her ability seems to be called Blood of the Holy Mother. The moment Tu Shibai heard that skill, he was utterly shocked and hesitated. Outside the city! Holy Mother! Could it be the Saint Ancestor Village, he thought to himself. However, he quickly reassured himself. No way. There's no way it's such a coincidence. Ping continued confidently explaining the effect its power is. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, Junting was enjoying a tea party with Liu Yu amidst the stormy night. She happily swung her legs. Getting to eat delicious cakes here is so great. This place is huge. Hey, big sister, have you always lived here? Liu Yu gave a cold reply. Junting, showing innocent concern for her, asked, You don't look very well. Do you feel sick somewhere? Her response was still a cold no. Junting smiled warmly again and poured more hot tea for Liu Yu. I knew it. Grandpa says when you're feeling down, you should eat a bit more. Have some tea, sister. This seemed to trigger Liu Yu. She released a dense wave of killing intent and hissed, Do you want to die? Yet Junting's bright, glistening eyes looked back at her, making Liu Yu freeze for a moment. All her strikes merely brushed past Junting while the girl calmly held her teacup as if nothing had happened. With a radiant smile, the saintess offered a piece of cookie. Why aren't you eating, sister? She popped it right into Liu Yu's mouth. I just had some of this cookie. It's really delicious. Meanwhile, Liu Yu was in utter shock. Why can't I bring myself to strike her? On the outside, Liu Yu still had to play along with Junting. This made the young girl clap her hands in delight. Delicious, right? Observing Junning take another sip of tea, Liu Yu's doubts surged once more. She suddenly felt a pang of guilt for attacking her earlier. Wait, why am I feeling guilty towards a mere human? Taking just a small sip, Junting grimaced. Ugh, this tastes awful. Completely oblivious, she complained right to Liu Yu's face. This tea is so cheap. Whoever brewed this must be an idiot. No wonder you're in a bad mood. Meanwhile, Liu Yu could only force a bitter smile knowing she was indeed that idiot. Junting then trotted off with the teacup, saying, I'll go brew a fresh pot. Wait for me, okay? Once the saintess had left, Liu Yu's tales finally emerged along with her growing anxiety. This is bizarre. What on earth is wrong with me? Why do I feel so guilty? Her eyes stared blankly at the chair Junting had been sitting on. As a prince of the heavenly fox, there shouldn't be anything wrong with me. The real issue lies within that human girl. Who on earth is she? Meanwhile, Sixian and Ping were having a sparring match inside the base. Sixian spoke as they fought. Your mist is very similar to my water element, like controlling it with your thoughts, or changing its shape at will. But there's a fundamental difference in their source. She gracefully spun around, shooting out sharp streams of water. My water element can be recycled and reused in a cycle, whereas your mist is a single-use consumable. Ping agilely parried the strikes with his sword, neither of them giving an inch. That's because you can't turn physical mist back into intangible mist. If mist was like water, it would be much more practical since it could convert back and forth between three states: gas, liquid, and solid. He sighed, picturing a certain legendary ninja in his mind. But mist not being solid has its perks too. For instance, I don't need to store it in a gourd to carry it around. Sixian struck just as he was daydreaming. She suddenly appeared right in front of him with an outstretched hand. Focus! She pushed him back, sending Ping's body flying. He used 50% of his mist to create a cushion so he wouldn't fall. Fortunately, he was able to use the mist to soften the blow. Sixian leaped high into the air again, summoning a fierce blizzard that was about to crash down on the lucky guy. Fortunately, he was able to absorb the fear of living creatures to convert it into mist, which made up for its lack of durability to a certain extent. Ping tilted his body, weaving through the gaps left by the flying debris, and said confidently, I can easily dodge attacks of this level. But because of his overconfidence, he didn't notice that the floor had been soaked wet by the melting ice. Huh. By the time he realized it, his hands and feet were already bound by streams of water. Oh no, the ice blocks from earlier had melted into water. My attention was completely drawn to the falling icicles from above. Sixian walked over, manipulating the water streams with one hand to keep Ping completely immobilized. If your opponent isn't afraid of you, your mist will dissipate and run dry very quickly. The young man decisively sacrificed 50% of his mist and replied, In that case, I just need my attacks to be strong enough. He only needed one strike to defeat his opponent. Before she even realized a dagger had been materialized and was hovering above her head, Toothian instantly raised a water prison shield. Then let's see just how strong your attack is. With the power of this mist behind it, the blade plunged down with immense force. Toothian watched in shock as the sharp blade pierced right through, actually breaking past her water prison. Despite having his limbs pinned down, Bin confidently declared to her, Sis Tutu, you lose. Toothian was a bit impressed and praised him. Your mist can bypass levels to breach my defense. It's truly astonishing. She deactivated the water prison and stood up. Perhaps it's the mutated beast's trait. Mist transformation is a descendant of king-class mutated beasts, which inherited this kind of trait. That's why the mist is capable of bypassing levels to deal damage. However, the water droplets wrapping around Bin had still not been released by her. Toothian suddenly spoke with a mischievous undertone. But aren't you lacking in combat experience? If this were a real life-or-death battle, you'd be fully cooked by now. Suddenly, the water droplets touching Bin began to bubble and boil. He cried out in pain. Ah, hot, hot, hot! Why did the water suddenly start boiling? Toothian crossed her arms, turned away, and advised him, Understanding the traits of your own abilities is crucial. If you have nothing else to do, practice and refine them more. She was still fully focused on teaching, without realizing that Bin was already plotting to tease her. Playing with the mist forming in his hand, he thought, Mist can shapeshift just like water turning into ice, hot water, or steam. If those things can all lead to unpredictable consequences in battle. He suddenly thrust out a model spider, giving Toothian a massive fright. Like this, Sis Tutu. Right after that, Bin was blasted in the face with water by Toothian, who shrieked in terror. This time, Bin went even further, daringly opening his mouth to swallow the stream of water. Toothian was shocked and looked at him in a new light. Terrified, she immediately shot another stream of water at his face. "Spiders, stay away. Get away from me," before rushing forward to grab his neck and shake him. "Spit it out, hurry." "My water element is pure water," Bin wheezed out. "Is it toxic? Even if I don't die of poisoning, you're going to shake me to death." Realizing she had gone too far, she quickly let him go, saying, "I'm sorry." Bin, looking dazed, muttered, "But my body feels a bit weird right now. I feel like my whole body is turning to mush. I can't control it." Suddenly, his lower body turned into water and his pants fell down soaking wet. His entire body was gradually liquefying, leaving both of them utterly embarrassed. Staring at his melting hands, he immediately initiated an appraisal. "Don't tell me. Did I just awaken another new skill?" Appraisal successful. Summoned beast status. Truong Bin. Master Truong Bin. Race human. Faction scavenger team Iron Soul Forge. Potential 6-star. Level 9. Tier novice awakened. Stamina 30. Mental power infinite. Energy 31. Agility 31. Talent covenant gem level 6. Additional effect level 6. Activated absolute command. Absolute obedience. Advanced appraisal. Nightwalker. Fire Eater. Mid-tier. Bright Mist. Body. Novice Wind Whisperer. Novice Variant Eater. When swallowing special items, there is a 10% chance of obtaining the corresponding special physique, Novice Pure Water Body. The body can transform into pure liquid water to counter various physical attacks. This time, the level 6 gem's effect actually awakened 2 new talents. Pure Water Body makes sense. His body was already more than half turned to water. Bin thought to himself, but what kind of ability is this variant eater? Toothian stared at him in bewilderment and asked, "Truong Bin, what's wrong with you? You didn't get poisoned and start melting, did you?" He turned to reassure her, "I'm fine. I should be able to transform back. I just need a little time to get used to it." He then began focusing entirely on controlling the water within him. If the Bright Mist Body and the Pure Water Body share similarities, then the transformation mechanics should be just like the mist. I just need to sense my body a bit more closely. First, he dissolved into a puddle of water on the ground. "Okay, got it." Then he reshaped himself into a Cookie Man shape, standing with hands on his hips, very pleased. Awesome! On his third attempt, he bloated into a massive blob of water, causing him to panic slightly. Whoa, wait! After struggling for a bit, he finally returned to his human form. Without a second thought, he proudly showed off to the blushing Toothian. "Sis Tutu, look, I changed back." She quickly averted her gaze and reminded him, You should really put some clothes on first." As she stood with her back turned, waiting for him, Toothian wanted to get to the bottom of what had just happened. Bin pulled up his pants and explained to her, "It seems that because I accidentally drank the water you made, I awakened. It's the Pure Water Body." Toothian's face filled with shock. Pure Water Body?" She stared at him in disbelief as countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Truong Bin's growth rate is incredibly fast. Especially the pure water state. It's an ability that water element users have always dreamed of, yet he was able to awaken it so easily. Is this the power of an infinite class? Bin hurriedly pulled his pants on properly while Toothian shyly turned away. "Sis Tutu, are you all right?" "No, I'm fine." Just then, Sixian's communicator flashed bright red. She grabbed it and asked, "What's going on?" The person on the other end shouted, "Reporting team leader, the Iron Soul has been attacked. We need backup immediately." Sixian instructed them, "Request backup from any nearby allies first. I'll be there right away." The team on the other end replied, "Understood," having just heard the news. Ping was also determined to follow. "Wang Jimin and the others are in danger. I have to go too." Sixian reached out to stop him. "You can't go. This is highly likely a trap." But Ping, feeling quite confident with his newly mastered skill, replied, "Don't worry. It just so happens that I awakened my pure water physique today, in the worst-case scenario. I can just turn into water and escape." Knowing she couldn't change his mind, Sixian quickly set off, saying, "I really can't do anything with you. Stay close to me." Meanwhile, at the Iron Soul Forge, by the time Zhang Ping's group arrived, countless people were lying scattered across the floor. How did so many assassins show up here? Sixian gave orders to the cleanup crew while Ping rushed inside. He led a team to search for survivors, bringing along a squad of defensive forces. to guard against any remaining assassins. Understood. He searched anxiously for his familiar friends. Uncle Liu, Wang Jim, and Sister Sa. Just then a dark figure called out his name with great difficulty. Zhang! Ping! Sister Sa limped out, leaning against the wall, her body covered in wounds as she gasped for air. Ping rushed over and cried out, Sister Sa! She also struggled to get closer to him, her face completely pale as she pointed toward the courtyard. Quick! Uncle Liu and Wang Jimin. A familiar arm lay on a table. Sister Sa was likely the only one still able to move. All of them were severely injured. Sixian immediately ran in that direction, telling Ping, I'll go check it out. You stay here and take care of her. Ping quickly wrapped a bandage to stop the bleeding on Sister Sa's arm. Looking at her with deep sorrow as she winced in pain, he said, Sister Sa, your arm. Despite her severe, heavy injuries, she still tried to comfort him. I'm fine. Losing one arm won't kill me. Just then, hurried footsteps rushed toward them. Sixian ordered the personnel to bring stretchers to take the wounded for treatment. Ping stared anxiously at Jimin. Wang Jimin, she's... His senior patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry. They're only injured and unconscious. It's nothing too serious? One by one, the wounded were carried outside amidst the chaotic scene. As Sister Sa was carried past Ping, she spoke up to remind him, Now that I know that 2 of them are fine, I can rest easy. But you need to be careful, too. Those assassins were all targeting you. Zhang Ping, have you offended some big shot lately? Suppressing his emotions, he forced a smile and replied, It's nothing like that, Sister Sa. You don't need to worry about me, just focus on recovering. Standing beside him, Sixian was already planning their next move. The city is no longer safe. The cleanup crew will transport them to a safe house outside the city for treatment. Ping blamed himself bitterly, clenching his fists in anger. Damn it, this is all my fault, the Chu family's beast tamers. In this city of Mingzhou, they're the ones who want me dead the most. His senior nodded in agreement. I'll arrange for an investigation immediately. Just then, a very familiar voice echoed in Ping's head. That energy fluctuation just now came from here. So many of my kin died around here before. Could it be related to those 2? This voice, is it? Luo Shu, this wind whisperer, has incredibly sharp senses. It's nearby. An invisible entity was falling from the sky. Luo Shu's thoughts didn't stop. These are abnormal times. I'd rather waste food than overlook any potential threat. Ping quickly grabbed Jimin and dodged a fatal blow. Watch out! A massive crater was carved into the ground. Luo Shu looked at them and muttered, Interesting. She made no attempt to hide her bloodlust, glaring down at him. To think you actually sensed my attack. Both of them quickly stood up, speaking cautiously. Are you all right, sis? I'm fine. But this operation was kept strictly confidential. How did she find out and get here so fast? My guess is she has the entire city under surveillance. Luo Shu's eyes mutated into a monstrous shape. Looking closer, she gasped in surprise. Zhang Ping! Knowing she had recognized him, Ping greeted her. Ping greeted, Sister Luo, long time no see. Ping calmly initiated his appraisal. Appraisal in progress. Appraisal in progress. While he was trying to appraise her, Sixian immediately rushed forward to attack first. Appraisal in progress. You need to run now, she shouted. I'll hold her off. Appraisal in progress. Appraisal in progress. She unleashed freezing storms towards Luo Shu, turning the sky dark. Damn it, the appraisal range is too short. Sixian's attacks were all sucked into Luo Shu's magical vortex. Luo Shu thought to herself, she didn't hesitate to use a lethal move on me. It seems my identity has been exposed. Luo Shu swung her arm to manipulate her skill, saying, So the recent incidents really do involve you guys. A black hole suddenly materialized right next to Sixian. Catching her off guard, she barely managed to block the strike with an ice shield. The shield shattered into pieces, but the violent attack still slammed heavily into the ground. To think a single strike completely shattered my full defense? Luo Shu smiled with satisfaction. It doesn't matter if my identity is exposed. She couldn't even see through my illusion anyway. She only predicted my attack by sensing the shifts in the freezing air around her. Then she arched her back and unleashed even more tentacles. Let's see how you defend yourself this time. Sixian frantically released freezing air, but the attacks pierced right through it. Over here, over here, over here. Bin was still right by her side. He shouted a warning to his senior. Sister Tutu, watch out on your top left. She trusted him and looked his way. Thank goodness Trong Bin made it in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even been able to defend myself. Following his instructions and focusing on dodging the directions of 3, 7, and 9 o'clock, she easily shifted from defense to counter-attacking those tails. 4, 8, and 10 o'clock directions, 1, 2, and 11 o'clock directions, 5 and 2 o'clock directions. Lu Vu lost her playful look from earlier. She frowned, wondering how Trong Bin could possibly know. Suspicious, she decided to test him by launching a tentacle right at Bin. He immediately sensed the attack and used all his strength to dodge it. Watching his movements, Lu Vu grew even more suspicious. Sure enough, every time I attack, he manages to dodge with perfect precision. It seems Trong Bin is the one who can see through. Our clan's disguise, she concluded. I should have just killed you back then. Fueled by Lu Vu's growing amusement, the attacks became even more relentless. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. Bin looked toward Tuteen in panic. This is bad. I can't dodge and call out the positions for Sister Tutu at the same time. He quickly spun around more graceful than a ballet dancer, shouting, 3 turns left, 3 turns right. Bin rushed to Tuteen's side just in time and unleashed a maximum-level mist shield. She looked at Trong Bin in surprise. He made it, but Sister Lak's rage seems a bit much. Did she get dumped recently or what? Lu Vu couldn't contain a massive grin, exposing her sharp fangs. How interesting! She laughed maliciously, unleashing an even greater number of tails. Trong Bin, you hit it well. You fooled me so many times during my tests. She put all her strength into launching her tails at the two of them. But this time your luck has run out. A terrifying pressure weighed down on them. You might be able to block 3 tails, but what about 3,000 yen? Tuthien poured her strength into the fragile shield. Its attack power is too high. Bin braced himself to hold it. The system kept alerting him about the depleting mist level. Mist reserves at 50%, dropping in 0.1 seconds. Mist reserves at 30%, dropping in 0.3 seconds. Lu Vu brushed her hair back and sneered, If you can last even 1 second, I'll count it as your win. The stats kept falling despite Tuthien's desperate defense. Mist reserves at 10% and dropping in 0.6 seconds. Mist reserves at 8%, mist reserves at 5%, dropping in 0.9 seconds. Mist reserves at 0%. I released 100% of my mist in an instant. Bin thought in despair, and I still couldn't block it. Are we really going to die here this time? But just then, a plume of yellow smoke appeared behind them and a voice spoke. Kid, you did well holding the line. I can only buy you 1 chance. Bin immediately realized Tu Toy Buck was coming to their aid. It was the captain's clone. While the 3,000 tails were still fiercely attacking the two of them, below a plume of white smoke suddenly appeared in the sky. Lu Vu was caught completely off guard. She only watched as the smoke wrapped around her, growing thicker by the second. What is this? Tu Toy Buck signaled, Kid, now's your chance, Bin. Bin immediately let out a loud shout to build momentum and unleash his power. No, you don't. He let out a shout and detonated the shield, blowing the tails back. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Tuthien's hand and pulled her along as they ran, moving as fast as they could as the mist enveloped them, masking their escape. Half of Lu Vu's face had transformed into her true form. She tilted her head in absolute rage. You think you can run? With a single sweep of her arm, she easily broke free from the barrier Tu Toy Bok had created. Break! However, that brief moment was enough for Bin to escape. Overwhelmed with frustration, she roared, Listen up, all of you. Capture Trong Bin at all costs. Every resident in the neighborhood heard her command echoing from above. Sometime after the brutal battle, Bin and Tuthien made it back to the cleanup crew's hideout. Inside a safe house outside the city, Sak was currently being treated for her injuries. She said to him, Which means you're officially a member of the cleanup crew now. You that girl. And that I got totally mixed up and misspoke. He closed his eyes in embarrassment, but then again calling her Sister Tutu in public was still appropriate. Once we got closer, things felt a little awkward. After all, I've lived 2 lifetimes, so I'm technically a lot older than her. Still, Sixian didn't seem to mind. She just kept talking, catching me off guard for a second. Oh well. Anyway, it's just a title. Just call me whatever you're comfortable with. Follow me. As they walked to another room, Sixian maintained her usual caution and warned him, Your identity has been exposed. I'm afraid you won't be able to enter Pearl City for now. We'll have to wait for the captain's instructions. She took out a test tube containing some fluid and said cheerfully, "The intel you provided about the Saintess was incredibly useful. Plus, you handled the Predator case flawlessly. So this is your reward from the cleaning team." Ping accepted it in surprise. It was a golden liquid. Bringing it close to his face, he muttered, "This bit can't be golden blood, can it?" Sixian replied, "Yep, it's exactly Jinba's golden blood. Every now and then he has to draw blood to keep in storage. Normally this blood is used to heal teammates or to extend the lifespan of some meritorious elders. Why don't you try using it in the training room to see if you can extract any power from it?" They stepped into a massive courtyard while Sixian continued to advise him, "Oh, by the way, this golden blood carries bloodline energy, so there is a high chance of it being passed down to future generations. You'd better watch out or some predatory women might set their sights on you." Holding the golden blood in his hand, Ping thought for a moment. "It's only a probability, right? It's not 100% guaranteed. Besides, I don't even know if I'll ever get married. Why am I overthinking this?" With that, he downed it in a single gulp. He silently hoped for a specific skill. "I hope the aberrant devourer talent can work its magic. My nether mist body and pure water body from before were both thanks to it." Sixian stood a short distance away and asked, "How is it? Did you get any new abilities?" Ping looked at his hands and said, "It feels like nothing has changed." But as soon as he spoke, a stream of red liquid began to drip from his fingertips. He quickly ran an appraisal through his system. Feeling thrilled at mastering a new skill, he smiled. It worked. Aberrant Devouring Activated Pure Blood Body. Allows the user to transform into a pure blood state, merging into a target's body to rapidly heal their wounds. Aberrant Devourer was also an infinite grade skill. The fluid looked exactly like blood melting in his hands and making Sixian anxious. It seemed this pure blood body could accurately perceive the target's condition. "What's wrong with your hand?" she asked. Switching to Ping's perspective, he noticed a crack on her glasses. "Wait, you have a wound on your face, sis." She quickly covered her face and turned away. "Don't worry about it," she said. But Ping was still deeply concerned. It seemed there was a story behind her wound. Sixian changed the subject. "Anyway, besides that, did anything else change?" Closing his eyes, the young man described what he could perceive in this state. "I can sense the life status of all living things. I can even merge with their bodies to heal all of their wounds. And of course, even scars can be completely erased." Sixian looked quite pleased to hear this. "So you have a way to restore Jusha's severed arm too?" Ping clenched his fist and added, "As long as there is enough blood theoretically, even if someone is reduced to just a layer of skin, I can reconstruct their body again. The pure water body can be used to dodge, while the pure blood body can heal others." Sixian spun him around and pushed him forward. "Then hurry up and go heal Jushi." Ping was more than willing to go. "All right, I'm on it, but before that," he made a request to Sixian, "once we return on Wednesday, can we talk? Not as teammates, but as old friends." Her face flushed red, and she softly agreed, "All right." Outside, the sky was still pitch black. In the wilderness, animals peacefully drank from the lake. A young deer looks up at the sky, watching a flock of birds flying away in a panic. Countless bizarre monsters are tearing through the forest. With eyes glowing a menacing red, they gather pack by pack, preparing for what looks like an impending brutal war. In the room, Mani looks at Situ Shibai with confusion. She asks, "Captain, this is the file for the Holy Ancestor Village. Why are you looking at this?" He replies, "I wonder if you still remember." He reminisces, "Even though the Chu family committed many cruel and inhuman acts during their reign, ever since the dawn of beast taming, they were actually a clan of heroes." Images of a fiery world fighting against the Great Frost disaster come to mind. Back then, the head of the Chu family, Chu Chiang, merged with the sun crow, flying into the sky day after day without rest, bringing warmth and light to humanity. He kept that up for 15 years until he finally collapsed and died of sheer exhaustion. Hearing this, Mani sips her water and replies, "I know. After Chu Chiang died, he was buried in the Sunset Mountains outside Mingju City. Out of gratitude, the survivors living outside the city protected his grave. Many years later, those people had children and slowly formed a settlement which is now the Holy Ancestor Village. But what does that have to do with them now?" He continues, "Every 100 years, the Holy Ancestor Village gives birth to a holy maiden. Her bloodline can protect the village from any attacks by mutated beasts. She is a beautiful woman, whom even the mutated beasts are drawn to." Amazed, Mani asks, Are you saying that Chen Junting is actually the holy maiden of the holy ancestor village? Situ Shibai frowns, explaining with sadness in his eyes. The Chu family plans to use the holy maiden to control the Tianchang fox. Gasping in shock, Mani ponders for a moment before asking, but why would the holy maiden show up at the Maritime Academy, and how did all of this even happen? Is there really no trace of the holy ancestor village left? Hearing this, he asks back angrily, what if they did it on purpose? Using the excuse that their holy maiden is being held captive in the city, the holy ancestor village could launch a war against Mingju City at any moment. This revelation leaves Mani both shocked and heartbroken. Why would they do such a thing? Situ Shibai recalls, 155 years ago, Mingju City had a tyrannical city lord. To prevent her from repeating the Chu family's mistakes, the cleanup squad blacklisted her as a wanted fugitive. They teamed up with the current city lord to successfully banish her. Later on, somehow she managed to become the leader of the holy ancestor village. Perhaps she never cared about Mingju City, and was simply waiting for the right moment to strike back. Mani sips her drink, listening intently as he continues. Back then, the safety squad built numerous safe houses in the wild. These safe houses were extremely well hidden, some were carved into rock, others buried underground or even built high up in the trees. Inside safe house number 3, Liu Sutian presses her ear against the wall, sensing the vibrations. Could this commotion be the Chu family's doing? I need to go out and investigate. She looks at the injured people lying on the hospital beds, thinking, but if this place is discovered, all the wounded will be in grave danger. Leaving Zhang Ping here alone. Can he handle this by himself? She glances back at Zhang Ping, wondering if it's a good idea. But Zhang Ping doesn't even notice her standing behind him, completely absorbed in whatever he's doing. Suddenly he shouts in pure joy, "Yes, it worked!" A purple glow radiates from the lantern in his hand. Seeing his excitement, Liu Sutian is thoroughly confused. What worked? Isn't that lantern completely out of energy? He explains excitedly, it was out of power, but I thought throwing it away would be a waste, so I tried to see if I could recharge it. Then activating his Fire Eater ability, the lantern in Zhang Ping's hand unleashes a brilliant golden light surrounded by swirling flames. Next, using his pure water physique, it emits a deep ocean blue glow, followed by his pure blood physique emitting a blood-red light. Finally, his underworld mist physique produces an eerie purple glow. In short, this ghost lantern can completely mask scents and information within a certain radius. Its current energy level is 21 out of 100. Zhang Ping beams, channeling the mist into it actually lit it up again. And it's even more effective now, talk about dumb luck. With this ghost lantern hiding the safe house, we can safely go out and investigate. Outside, a horde of mutated beasts is charging forward. Seeing this, the two of them are momentarily speechless. Zhang Ping mutters, well, that's a hell of a lot of them. Since when did the Chu family just manage to control this many mutated beasts? Meanwhile, Liu Sutian reports to headquarters. Headquarters, this is Liu Sutian near safe house number 3. I estimate about 10,000 mutated beasts are heading toward Mingju City. Their levels aren't high, but there's a massive crowd of forest wolves and bullet rabbits. Shading his eyes with his hand to get a better look, Zhang Ping says to her, that's weird. Why are these mutated beasts running so frantically? It doesn't look like they're marching somewhere. It looks like they're running away. Terrified by what he sees, a cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. Shaking, he points in one direction, his voice trembling. Sutian, sis, look over there. Seeing what he's pointing at, she is equally horrified and immediately contacts headquarters again. Correction. There is a massive wave of the undead marching toward the city. Staring at the sea of beasts and zombies, she stammers, the total count is easily 50,000. Back with Situ Shibai upon hearing the report, he slams his desk in fury. 50,000, 10,000 mutated beasts, 50,000 undead, and we still have the Tianchang fox and the Chu family remnants inside the city. We're severely understaffed. There is absolutely no way we can fight off this many enemies at the same time. Is my only option to step onto the battlefield myself? Suddenly he frowns as an idea hits him. Wait, no, there's still one way. Turning to those beside him, he barks, Mani Chen Luofei Shuji, prepare to activate the sky canopy again. The three of them gasp in utter shock. Mani stammers, but wasn't the sky canopy? While Shujai asks, Captain, what do you mean? Situ Shibai explains to them. Yesterday, while covering for Zhang Ping, I temporarily suppressed the Moon Prince. Its energy shouldn't be fully restored yet. Although we can't count on the patrol and investigation squads, there are still plenty of strong forces in the city on our side that aren't even on the books. Spread the word about the zombie attack to the entire city. Once the awakened squad in the city is fully assembled, we will fall back to protect Mingzhou City. This way we can also avoid the Heavenly Fox's surveillance. Let's move. Hearing this, they chorused in unison, "Yes, sir." Then, an energy sphere appeared in his hand. "Switching to a multi-person line," he said. "Liu Sixi and Zhang Ping, I order you two to hold back those mutated beasts. And zombies outside the city as much as possible, buying time for the people in the city to gather." They both replied, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, at safe room number 5, an announcement came through the mirror. "This is headquarters. Captain, please give instructions. Move quickly to safe room number 3 to support Liu Sixian." Hearing the full message, Ming replied, "Understood." 2 teammates behind him were also raring to go. The chubby guy yelled, "Let's charge!" Ming raised his hand and signaled, "Let's move. It's our turn to head out." At the city lord's estate, Jai Ming reached into his pocket and pulled out the vibrating mirror. "The raid on the blacksmith shop must have been a success, right?" he asked the mirror, speaking sincerely. "Indeed, the Moon Prince is not at the city lord's estate. We can proceed to the next step." But the other side interrupted him. "We're sorry, but we've run into some trouble." Jai Ming asked in confusion, "What kind of trouble?" The voice on the other end clarified, "It's a group of nameless individuals who suddenly appeared outside the city. The mutated beasts got spooked, so we temporarily lost control of them. We don't know who's behind this." Hearing that, Jai Ming yelled back angrily, "Cut the crap deal with it quickly. If this plan fails, none of us are getting out of this alive." Hanging up, Jai Ming grumbled in frustration. "Useless bastards, I really can't count on them. There's no other way. I have to find the Saintess first, then take her away as soon as the right moment comes." Suddenly, a sound from behind caught Jai Ming's attention. Glancing back, he saw Patrol Squad number 1. The leader, whose face was completely bandaged, was the patrol captain, Lin Keddy. Jai Ming wondered in suspicion, what on earth is he doing here? And why did he bring so many people with him? Clasping his hands together, Jai Ming spoke with a hint of wariness. "Well, if it isn't Captain Lin, what brings you here today of all days? Since the city lord isn't back yet, if there's anything important you can tell me first." Lin Keddy's eyes stared at Jai Ming without a single trace of emotion. Ignoring him completely, Lin Keddy just kept walking past. Jai Ming thought in frustration, "He's completely ignoring me. Could he have noticed something?" Lin Keddy's group walked up to a door adorned with intricate patterns. He pushed it open, letting the bright light from inside spill out. Jai Ming watched, his mind filled with questions. What is this? What's going on here? Inside was a lavish party scene with couples dancing together. The beautiful young girl Chen Guanting squealed in delight and invited them. "Oh, we have more friends joining us. Let's all play together." Seeing the newcomers, she warmly introduced herself and offered a handshake. Meanwhile, Lin Keddy, who was sipping a glass of red wine, suddenly froze, staring at the glass in shock. "Why am I even here? Didn't His Highness the Prince give me some orders?" Just then, remembering Zhang Ping's laughter, he spat out the wine in his mouth. "Ah, right. I need to capture Zhang Ping." Guanting walked over to him and said caringly, "My, you are way too clumsy, uncle." Meanwhile, he wondered to himself, did she bring me here just to play? Watching Guanting carefully wipe the wine stains from his chest, Lin Keddy felt a bit flustered. This feeling, it's just like being around royalty. In the meantime, Guanting spoke again. "Grandpa always says we shouldn't waste anything." Hearing this, Lin Keddy knelt down respectfully and replied, "Understood, Lady Saintess." Seeing this, Guanting looked displeased and grumbled, "Why does everyone call me that? I clearly told you all that we're friends." But then, without thinking too much of it, she grabbed his hand and pulled him into the ballroom. "Oh, well, never mind. Let's go dance." Jai Ming stood there watching everything. Seeing the two of them pulling each other, he thought, the Saintess. She can only influence mutated beasts. Could Lin Keddy have been replaced by the Heavenly Fox as well? How could that fox keep something so important from me? It seems it doesn't trust me at all. Looking at this situation in the patrol squad, there probably isn't a single soul left alive. In fact, everyone present might have been transformed by the Heavenly Fox. Watching them hand in hand, a dangerous glint flashed in Jai Ming's eyes. Looking closely, they seem to be controlled by Chen Guanting, and she doesn't even realize it herself. If we can convince her to work for us, our plan can jump straight to the next phase. With that thought, he stepped forward to approach Guanting. Trying to act friendly, he says, "Hey there, little sis, Tran Quan Din. Are you having fun?" She smiles and replies, "At first, I just wanted to make some new friends. I never expected Sister Lack to throw such a huge dance party for me." Then she asks, "By the way, why hasn't Sister Lack returned yet?" Hearing this, Track Min freezes and can only reply awkwardly, "Maybe she still has some unfinished business." In his mind, Track Min starts cursing her, "This rotten brat. You're obviously the one who lured these people here." Despite his thoughts, he puts on a cheerful face and tries to coax Quan Din. "Hey, Uncle knows a place that's even more fun. Want to go check it out with me?" But she doesn't care, replying with a flat, "Not interested," and walks away. She rubs her arms and says, "I haven't had enough fun yet. Besides, I don't even know you." The lights in the banquet hall suddenly go out. Quan Din's eyes turn razor sharp as she questions him, "But how on earth do you know my name?" The atmosphere suddenly shifts unnaturally. Everyone, absolutely everyone, is staring at Track Min. The eyes of the surrounding guests turn a deep, eerie red. Near safety room 3, Toothien's face is extremely tense. She places her hand on the ground. A wave of ice spreads out from her position. With dark mist -30 radiating around him, Bin, now surrounded by a powerful purple aura, says, "Tutu, I've pulled them all together. Freeze them quick." The mutated beasts sneer. Not bad, and then Toothien unleashes her skill to freeze the mutated beasts, but they immediately shatter the ice. Like a horde of wild beasts, they continue charging forward. Seeing the situation grow increasingly dangerous, Toothien screams, "This is bad! There are too many of them!" Hearing this, Bin leaps forward to attack, shouting, "Let me hold them off!" as a purple aura erupts from his body. The aura shapes itself into a savage mutated beast. He thinks to himself, "These mutated beasts must have accumulated a massive amount of fear energy, so now I can use my Dark Mist however I want." Currently, Dark Mist +100. Then notifications of plus and minus continuously flash. Dark Mist -100, Dark Mist +100. He thinks to himself, and now it's constantly generating +100 Dark Mist. Then he commands them to charge at the mutated beasts. Another notification pops up, Dark Mist -100. He then uses his Dark Mist art to transform his mutated beast, which has 3 white stripes on its head, to attack the horde. He tells himself, "I must hold out until reinforcements arrive." Bin says, "What you are seeing are mutated beasts." The dragon continuously flies up to attack. Dark Mist -100, Dark Mist +100. Bin stands there watching the battle, thinking, "What I see is an endless stream of Dark Mist energy and experience points. A series of heavy blows land and experience continuously increases by 10. Taking painful blows, the mutated beasts are repeatedly knocked away." Bin thinks to himself, "If I defeat a few hundred of these, I should be able to upgrade my stats or level." But those beasts aren't stupid either. They signal each other, "Scatter, someone distract the dragon," before splitting into 2 directions to avoid the dragon. Seeing this, Bin thinks, "Impressive, they're quite smart. These mutated beasts are only trying to escape, they have no intention of fighting." At the same time, Toothien also uses her ice to attack them. They shout to each other again, "Brothers, there's no dragon ahead, we're safe." From the side, Toothien watches everything. She points at them and says, "I'll take care of the ones that slipped through the net." A mutated beast growls in anger. Meanwhile, Bin praises Toothien. "Tutu, well done. If only there was a system that could record how many monsters I've defeated, that would be great." Toothien quickly cuts him off, warning, "Don't get distracted, here they come again." Seeing this, Bin curses, "Damn, it's still not done." They unleash their attacks together, but suddenly another aura clashes with them, one of ice and one of fire. Then a surprised, "Huh!" rings out. A red aura surges forward, overwhelming Bin's purple aura. Surprised, he asks, "What's going on?" It turns out that red aura is fire coming from the hands of the mutated beasts. He wonders, "These are zombies, yet they can use magic. I thought zombies could only bite. I guess those old cliches really don't apply here." To find out for sure, he decides to use appraisal. Appraisal, successful race zombie. Faction, Sacred Ancestor Village. Growth number, stage beginner, level 6. Getting this answer leaves him deeply shocked. Sacred Ancestor Village. These zombies lash out and attack, trying to bite him, forcing him to quickly find a chance to sync this intel with headquarters. Bin swings his dragon tail to fend them off. "Get lost, zombies." Although he can push them back, he realizes they feel no fear. If this keeps up, his dark mist will run out sooner or later. Toothian calls out to warn him, "Trongbin, keep your distance from them." Hearing her clearly, he replies, "I can't." Then he tenses up his muscles, bulging, and shouts, "Try this skill on for size!" Leaping into the air, a dragon claw grabs 2 or 3 of them, crushing them before he blasts a powerful beam of light down at the ground. Then he unleashes a fire skill along with a warning, "My fire is a bit intense, so bear with it. Fire Devourer Flame Swirl." Experience +20. Finally, he rains down spheres of red fire like a barrage of bullets, shouting, "Go!" Zombie Fireball Barrage. Experience points keep rolling in without stopping. Experience +20, all stats +2. Seeing the results, he is highly satisfied. Excellent. My current stats are nearly double those of an awakened of the same level. At the same time, a lightning-fast streak of power struck the heads of the undead. Toothian was also fighting fiercely against them, unleashing her sword technique, the Blade Waltz. With precise, masterful strikes, her sword easily cut them down. The undead roared, launching a counterattack on Toothian, but Bin quickly jumped in to support her. He shouted, "Take this!" Heaven-shattering, earth-rending Cece's invincible kick, Toothian asked. "Huh, what on earth are you talking about?" But Bin quickly brushed it off. "No, it's nothing." He looked around, assessing the entire battlefield. The first horde of beasts and undead has been dealt with. The first wave had about 1,000 of them. The second wave should take about half an hour to arrive. After changing back into his human form, he said to Toothian, "Now that I think about it, how do these undead still know how to use their abilities?" She replied, "I'm afraid they were all awakened ones when they were alive." Bin thought to himself, such a despicable trick. Could it be the Chu family? But earlier my appraisal showed that these undead belong to the sacred ancestor village. The scene shifts to another space where a voice rings out, "That's correct." Situ Bai spoke to a communication mirror. Although the Chu family is cruel, beast taming is a sacred belief to them. They look down on using underhanded methods like controlling the undead. Based on my preliminary deductions, this matter is highly likely related to the sacred ancestor village. Truong Bin's appraisal further proves this point. Hearing this, Toothian gasped, "The sacred ancestor village." She then continued, "In other words, that person was the one behind all of this." Suddenly, a figure flashed past, shifting the situation, catching a blurry glimpse of a dangerous face before them as a gust of gas swept through Toothian, covered her nose and mouth, warning him. "Trongbin, hold your breath. This gas is toxic." He held his breath and silently analyzed the odor. Where have I smelled this rotten egg odor before? H2S, I remember now. When I was on the rescue squad, I encountered a major fire caused by H2S. If the air contains H2S, it will ignite. Remembering this property, he quickly warned her, "Cece, watch out, it's going to blow." She asked, "What are you trying to do?" Bin didn't say much, simply stating, "No time to explain. Trust me, do as I say." She quickly agreed. Bin stepped forward, curling his fist with his index finger pointed up, igniting a flame. He unleashed his skill, Fire Devourer Flame Entanglement. With just that one strike, Bin successfully detonated the entire area. Surrounding Bin and Toothian were swirling waves of fire. Fire Devourer Flame Capacity 163 out of 300. Fire Devourer Flame Capacity 213 out of 300. Fire Devourer Flame Capacity 263 out of 300. Suddenly, Bin gasped as he realized the second corpse wave was already coming. Toothian asked in disbelief, "But didn't you—" Just say we still had half an hour left." Suddenly, he spotted something and cried out, "Wait, what is that?" The appraisal system quickly went to work displaying appraisal in progress. Appraisal in progress. Appraisal in progress. A scantily clad old man stroked his beard, looking down at the space below. "To think you could cure my corpse poison. You two brats certainly have some nerve." Meanwhile, Bin stroked his chin, utterly bewildered. "That's weird. Appraising that captain earlier worked perfectly. Yet this appraisal failed just like it did with Luo Shiyu. Is it because I haven't practiced enough, making me unable to appraise high-level targets from a distance? In that case, let's execute the command. Appraise all undead currently within my field of vision on the battlefield." Right after the notification popped up, appraisal successful. Race undead. Faction Sacred Ancestor Village. Growth potential none. Grade novice. Level 6. Race undead. Faction Sacred Ancestor Village. Growth potential none. Grade Novice. Level 8. Appraised successfully 16,888 times. Advanced Appraisal has been upgraded to Strategic Appraisal, greatly increasing the detection range and success rate against targets above level 30. Meanwhile, the target sitting atop that massive muscle had also been scanned. The success screen popped up Appraisal successful. Stat board. Name Zhu Xiangming. Race Undead. Fallen 1. Faction Sacred Ancestor Village. Growth potential none. Grade Peak Awakened. Level 39. Talent Mutated Corpse Poison. Capable of producing corpse poison. Anyone contaminated by it will turn into an undead and fall under the control of the ability user. The undead can still use the skills they had in life and share their life force. The controller cannot be killed unless all the undead are destroyed. The old man said to the undead beside him, "Even though I really want to deal with them myself, I have far more important things to do right now. Go, bring them to me dead or alive." Bin shared the appraisal results and his confusion with Toothian, saying, "The appraisal shows this guy is a level 39 Fallen 1. Hey, Cece, what does Fallen 1 mean anyway?" Before answering his question, she gasped at the incredibly high stats level 39. Then she explained an Awakens ability. Will gradually adapt based on how they use it, eventually taking on the form most suitable for the user. However, if the Awaken's mental strength isn't strong enough, or they will suffer backlash from their own ability, eventually turning them into a slave to their own power. We call those people the Fallen. On top of that, every single Fallen 1 is incredibly powerful. Just then Bin called out, "They're here!" Looking at the unfolding situation, Toothian muttered, "We're in deep trouble this time." The undead bared their fangs, lunging toward Bin. He slashed out a purple wave of sword energy, triggering a notification Nether missed -10. On the other side, Toothian gasped in surprise. After that, a series of screeching roars erupted from one of the undead. It then lunged at Toothian, forcing her to block with her ice sword. At the same time, after knocking her opponent back, she urgently contacted her superiors. "Headquarters. This is Lu Toothian. A Fallen 1 has appeared. He's riding a giant undead beast. I have no way of holding him off. This guy is leading a massive horde of the undead toward the north of the city." She didn't miss a single detail in her transmission. His level is 39, extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Bin used his appraisal ability on another monster, and it was a success. Status screen race undead. Faction Holy Ancestor Village. Growth points none. Grade high tier. Level 29. With these results, he decided to try controlling it first to see what would happen. Bin prepared a powerful punch of purple mana. Dark Mist consumed 20 mana, leaving 60. The attack then transformed into a magical chain, binding the monster in excruciating pain. Bin muttered to himself, "No, this undead is on a completely different level from the last one." Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the entire area. Toothian thought to himself, "This sound, it's coming from inside Minngok City." He wondered in alarm, has the enemy already breached the city walls? At the north gate of Minchao City, the mutated beast army was advancing with unstoppable force. Leading the charge was a heavily built man unleashing powerful shockwaves with every punch. Knocking back the beasts, the man frowned and bellowed, "I am Feng Lai Tien, master of the Beast King Dojo." Taking a deep breath, he stomped his foot onto the head of a mutated beast, declaring proudly, "No one gets past me today, not a single one of you." One of his men shouted, "Let's charge together, everyone! We can't let these beasts get a single step closer." Meanwhile, he froze in surprise. "Wait, what is that?" As the battle raged out from the crowd, a corpse suddenly broke away, trying to escape. Seeing this, he rushed to stop it. "Hold it right there. I was paying attention to your movements and compared to the other undead. You're completely different." The zombie struck back with immense force, drawing blood from his arm. Its eyes flashed red as it kept attacking. The dojo master. Aim struggled to block the zombie's relentless attacks. As he parried, a thought crossed his mind. These moves, is this the Beast King's ape form? Seeing the zombie continue its relentless assault, the master bellowed, "Who are you?" At that moment, a sudden thought flashed in the zombie's mind. Is this my foolish junior brother? The battle raged on. Bon Thick shot a blast of magic at Lai Tian's head, but fortunately he managed to dodge it in time. Lowering his stance, Lai Tian's gaze grew intensely focused. He grabbed Bon Thich by the shoulders, channeling his magic to initiate the ultimate Beast King fist. He launched himself high into the air, dragging Banthik up with him. He gathered an immense amount of energy, unleashing fiery sparks that blasted into his opponent. As the two crashed back to the ground, Lai Tian firmly planted his feet, his power stats surging as roaring crimson flames erupted all around them. He roared, "Crimson Emperor's undying grace, hyper-regeneration!" Banthik, overwhelmed by that devastating power, collapsed to the ground, completely paralyzed. Beside him lay a wooden token. Intrigued, Lai Tian walked over, picked it up, and muttered, "Did this drop from that undead? Why does this look so familiar?" Reading the inscription on the token, Lai Tian gasped in shock. This is eldest senior brother's token. Lam Banthik." By this time, Banthik had managed to sit up. Lai Tian looked at him and thought, he knows the Beast King Fist and he's carrying senior brother's token. Could this really be my eldest senior brother Lam Banthik who went missing? Like, more than 35 years ago. Suddenly, Banthik sprang back up, lunging forward with magic that knocked Lai Tian back. He thought with desperate urgency, "Come on, my foolish junior brother. Hate me. Get angry, Lai Tian." Instead of fighting back immediately, Lai Tian brought up the past. "Back then, you went to investigate the missing awakened, and then you vanished without a trace too." Lai Tian furrowed, his brow, his fists clenching as a powerful aura flared. "To think you were turned into an undead. How could you end up like this, brother?" The two clashed furiously. Deep in Banthik's subconscious, a thought cried out, Only you can stop me now." Lai Tian's heart ached with grief. Senior brother, is the real you truly gone? In that moment, he remembered the old days when the two of them trained together every day. During one session, Banthik had landed a punch right on Lai Tian's cheek. Back then, Banthik's punch was strong enough to send Lai Tian sprawling backward. He had called out to his junior, "Faster. A little faster? Your transitions in the Ape King style need to be fluid. Don't be so stiff," Banthik kept correcting him. A young Lai Tian sat up and Banthik reached out a hand to help him up. "Even though Master always underestimates you, you've clearly made incredible progress." Back then, before he was turned into an undead, Banthik smiled warmly, pulling his junior up and encouraging him, "Come on, let's go again. Once you master this, won't it make the old man eat his words?" The flashback ended. Back to the harsh reality, Banthik lunged, throwing a punch at Lai Tian. But Lai Tian, far stronger now, blocked it effortlessly with a single hand. He muttered to himself, "So this is how it is." At this point, Lai Tian could no longer hold back his tears, which streamed down his face. Swallowing the pain in his heart, he asked, "Your fist, brother. Why has it become so weak and powerless after all this time?" Suddenly, Lai Tian shoved Banthik back and roared, "How dare you desecrate the Beast King Fist? How dare you disgrace my senior brother like this?" He beat his chest as a brilliant golden aura flared around him. Tearing off his shirt enveloped in golden light, he declared fiercely, "I don't care who is behind this! I will drag them into the light today." Flames erupted as his hair and beard turned the color of fire, with massive blazes roaring behind him. "Crimson Emperor's undying form! Crimson Emperor's flame! Blood!" A status panel popped up. Temperature 500 degrees. Stamina increased. Mana increased. Agility increased. Following this transformation, Lai Tian, with a fierce determination burning inside him, he shouts to the others, "Back off! Get back or you'll get caught in the crossfire," as his power rapidly surges. With a single leap, Lai Tian closes the distance, standing face to face with Banthik. He grabs him tightly with one hand while raising his other fist high completely, ignoring his surroundings as he prepares to strike. It burns as bright as his fiery passion. Lai Tian violently brings his fist down. Having struck him repeatedly, he raises his arm once more, his eyes growing teary as he pours every ounce of his strength into this final blow. The sheer power erupts into a long, straight beam of energy. As the line of force extends, Banthik, being the closest, takes the brunt of the devastating blow, leaving the area around him completely blanked out in white. Panic grips his face, yet a fleeting thought crosses his mind. "You've gotten so strong, junior brother." The blinding light of Lai Tian's strike completely knocks Banthik down, leaving him collapsed on the cold ground. Unable to move a single muscle, Lai Tian looks down at him and softly says, "Rest in peace, senior brother." Suddenly a voice echoes from out of nowhere, the voice of an old man. "How dare you ruin my proudest masterpiece like this?" Lai Tian warily looks around as the voice continues, "Since you did that, you can take his place instead." Unable to hold back, he demands, "Who's there?" Pinpointing the target, Lai Tian narrows his eyes, veins bulging red as he glares in one direction. Snapping into a battle stance with exploding power, he roars, "You're the one who turned my senior brother into a living corpse. Isn't that right?" Huang Min appears standing on the head of a beast, looking down with glowing red eyes and sharp-clawed hands. He sneers, "That's right. So what if I did?" Huang Min's gaze turns increasingly sinister, malicious, and full of contempt as he continues, "Just an insect like you." He stands tall atop a massive living corpse. Below him are his minions, nearly 100 of them at a glance. Huang Min laughs triumphantly, screaming, "And you think you can stop my army?"